Let's be coordinated. Also, drinking and eating is highly prohibited in this all. I mentioned that. I also want to draw your attention to this training. I'm going to take it up now. For anyone interested in CV review, follow this link and use the password to upload your CV. The reviewer will be working with you at the back end. It will make it faster, and then you know the benefit for yourself. I'm also going to share right now. I'm not screen. Nobody will know until you tell them. So it is important that we make this event known, not just in Nigeria, but globally. And how do we do that? By tweeting about this event using this hashtag. So feel free right now, take a selfie, take pictures of this environment, take snapshot of some clips, post on Twitter, and use this hashtag. Anything I see people are sorting themselves out, I will probably do that with us. Right now, I'm about to bring them on board, so who we have an introduction. A lot of you are excited to meet me.
Permit me to
On
welcome on
stage
stage
right
right
now.
now.
David Abu is coming on stage to start the introduction. Everybody around the applause. Okay. Yes. Um, for the past 4 months, we've been waiting for today. Past 4 months. I
I
want to
want to
thank
thank
everybody for me. There's
there's
a
a
lot
lot
of
of
people
people
coming,
coming,
but I want to thank everybody
everybody
for
for
coming
coming
and
and
making
making
sure
sure
that
that
even
even with
with the
the
whole
whole
traffic,
traffic,
the
the
whole
whole
oil
oil
issues, we're able to get
get
there.
here.
Now
Now
we
we
have
have
over 150 people inside this hall, but you will not notice because it's 2,000 capacity hall. So you will not notice. But people are coming in. Good. Okay. So let's
let's
go.
go.
Right
Right
now,
now,
since yesterday, since yesterday,
yesterday,
we
we
have
have
over
over
70
70
locations
locations
that
that
are
are
currently
currently
doing this event. 70 locations all over the world that are currently doing this event. 70. In
in
Nigeria
Nigeria
alone,
alone. We have Lagos,
Jos, Ekiti, Ilorin, Ibadan, they are already working and doing theirs. Edo did theirs yesterday. Ekiti did theirs yesterday. So, and right now, all over the world, yesterday and today, it has just been going all wide. What I want you to do right now for you to know is go to Twitter, go to your search, type hashtag GPPE, and you begin to see the different places that are currently doing it, even with pictures. You begin to see it all over the world. And this is a yearly event. We did yearly. The first one, we did it in 2020, before COVID. You know, COVID happened in March, but February, that is when we did it. February 15. I think it's February 15 or February 14. I can't remember. We did it at the back here, and we had over 250 people at the event. Last year, we did it virtually, but
but
this
this
year,
year
we
we
came
came
back
back
to physical. Now,
now.
I
I
want to
want to
thank
thank
all
all
sponsors.
sponsors.
The
The
sponsors
sponsors
gave
gave
us
us
a
a
whole
whole
lot
lot
of
of
courage
courage
to
to do
do this
this
event. I
event.
know
I
that
know that
right
right
now, while
now,
you're
while you're
sitting,
sitting,
there
there
is
is
one
one
sponsor
sponsor
swag
swag
with
with
you
you
right
right
now
now
as
as
you're
you're
sitting.
sitting.
So
So
please,
please,
everybody
everybody
needs to
needs to
speak
speak
to
to
the
the
all
all
sponsors,
sponsors.
please. For the big
Big
round,
Round,
Microsoft,
Microsoft,
AXA,
AXA,
First
First
Bank,
Bank,
Asher,
Asher,
Foresight
Foresight
DVI,
DVI,
G3
G3
Works.
Works.
We even
We even
have,
have,
yes,
yes,
Bridge,
Bridge,
Varox,
Varox,
all of
all of
them,
them,
Covenant
Covenant
Technology.
Technology.
The
The
11
11
sponsors
sponsors
gave
gave
us
us
all the
all the
whole
whole
opportunities
opportunities
that we
that we
have
have
to
to
make
make
this
this
event
event
a
a
success.
success.
I
I
want you
want
to
you to
meet my
meet my
team.
team.
This
This
is
is
the
the
team
team
that
that
made
made
everything that
everything
you're
that you're
seeing
seeing
today
today
that is
that is
going to
going to
be a
be a
success.
success.
Abigail,
Abigail,
Ola, no
no
Ola Iwaju
Olaiwaju,
now. Olaiwaju,
Olaiwaju,
Emeka,
Emeka,
Tunde.
Tunde.
Tunde is the one
Tunde is the one
that
that
built.
built.
If
If
you
you
come in,
come in,
you
you
notice that
notice
you're
that you're
entering to,
entering to
they ask you for
asking
a
for a
code.
code.
It's a Power App registration, so we don't need to start doing registration every day. Everything is inside Power Apps, everything. And you'll notice that immediately you have that, a mail was sent back to you. Who noticed? That was Power Automate that was working. So immediately you sign in, they'll tell you welcome. So if you need Power App for your employee, what do I call it now? Clocking in your office, you can use Power Apps to do that. So then we have Kolawole. Kolawole will be training you today. We have Muslims. We have Foyin. Who knows Foyin? Foyin is currently now in Dublin. She was the main person last 2 years, but now she's not in Dublin. Power Platform can take you anywhere, actually, all over the world. And we have Ibrahim, who came last 2 years. Wow, nobody. He's here. So everybody's going for the first time. Oh, okay, 2. Oh, 3, 4, 5. Oh, 6. Emmanuel, 6. Wow. Last 2 years, I was working with Emmanuel,
the same office, D Brown Consulting. I was working at D Brown Consulting last 2 years. And 2 years later, I'm now in Microsoft. And I'm working with the global team at Microsoft. Okay. Now, there will be a challenge. After one thing that we notice is that when people come for events, you just come and go. There is no follow-up, there is nothing, there's no developmental, nothing. We don't want that. We don't want that. People at Microsoft don't work like that. We need to follow you up. So now this challenge is for people to do Microsoft Learn Challenge. When you're done with it, the more you finish the modules and the learning part, the more opportunities you have to win exam vouchers. So we're able to make some numbers of exam vouchers. And at the end, I think April 2nd or 3rd, you are going to now receive anybody, there'll be some raffles. Anybody that wins that, you get your exam vouchers to do your exam. Definitely is a foundational Power Platform exam, PL 900. So to everybody watching me from Osun State, from Ibadan, from Ilorin, from Edo State, from Jos, thank you. I'm not forgetting you. I'm in Lagos, but I don't forget you. Thank you very much. Now, you can look at this, but we'll show you more often. You can just snap it and continue to check it out. My screen. Let me see. Okay. Now, one of the beautiful things about Power Platform is that it gives you ability to do better things, more things. That's what it does. You know that if you want to have your CV, oh, good, thank you. CV, you are submitting your CV, and you are just saying my CV. Who are you? Don't you have name? My CV, no. Please, go back, write your name, and put it back. Make sure it is your name, because when you're meeting with CV people, the major thing is that they'll ask you for your name, they'll look at the database and check. So my CV is not a CV, please. At least you're not worried. Okay, so please, let's do that. Now, for everything that we do, please, hashtag is important. I want people to know what we are doing. I want to just hear your view about it, because it makes me better at my job at Microsoft. I want you to help me do that. Help me do that, please. Please, we need audio hashtag. Tell us what is happening. Tell us what is happening. And for those who know me from Twitter, raise up your hand. Oh, shit, my people. Do I look smaller? Don't worry, I understand. It's a normal statement. Don't worry. So how will the program be like? How will it be like? So we start from bottom there. The keynote speaker. Do you know that right now we have the Microsoft Country Manager of Nigeria and Ghana right now with us. Gentlemen. She's here with us. So she's the one that's going to take us with the keynote speaking session. And we're going to go into the introduction to Power Platform. And we're going to have David Brown, that he's our partner of community. So definitely he's the one taking the introduction to Power Platform. We have the Women in Tech session. I am happy I can see a whole lot of ladies here. So it's not that we're not doing this conference for guys. No. We're having a women in tech session. We have Adora. If you're on Twitter, you know Adora. I bought 2 books from her. That is a new book, which is Cloud Engineering. I think Introduction to Cloud Engineering. I bought 2 books, and during a session, I'm going to pick 2 people to win those 2 books. And we have the breakout session. And now the breakout session is when either a beginner or you're advanced, either one, in any of the Power Platform space. Remember that David Brown will have given us the introduction. So anyone that you now say, oh, I want to go this, I want to go this. You already, if you even look up right now, you see some stuff that is already there. We divide the whole hall into 6, and everybody will just take their different classes depending on the time that the one that you want to take. Then we'll go for break. During the break, please, we are still looking at it. The school said you cannot eat inside the hall. So we're going to try to find a way for you guys to eat. There's food. Don't worry. There's food, there's drink. There's what you need. Just let me know. Say, David, I want this. I'll give you. You want shawarma? That's what you want. Okay. I want to make a call right now. Okay. Then during the breakout time, that's when we have CV reviews. So if you have not submitted your CV, submit it before your CV review time. So definitely it's not everybody that's going for CV review, but if you want to go for CV review, we're going to set up the stand. When we set up the stand, we're going to tell you the location of the CV review. Then we have the customer success story. See, it's going to be a long thing, but don't miss that customer success story. Do you know why? Has anybody asked yourself that? Which company even use Power Platform? Have you asked yourself that question? You have asked yourself that? Do people even use Power Platform, like companies that employ people for Power Platform? Who knows any company that employ people for Power Platform? Don't say Microsoft. Microsoft definitely will. Others. Okay, so good. Now we're bringing First Bank and AXA to talk about how they use Power Platform in their company. What are the processes that people use it to do? Who can tell me first prize? One person will win first prize now. Who can tell me the first application of Power Platform that we used today? Shout it out. What did we use it to do? What is the application? That is a signing. Signing. That is the first thing we use Power Platform to do. Signing. So you win. I don't know what I'll give you yet, but you win something. No, there's a lot. We have over 500 swags. So everybody comes, we get a swag. You win something. So now then we have the community stories. How have we been able to build communities? If you followed me over a period of time, you will notice that I travel around Nigeria to talk about Power Platform. Edo State, Jos, Kogi, Lokoja, Benin, then we have Oyo, we have Ekiti. We traveled around. What I want to tell people is that Power Platform changed my life. So why can't it change yours? Why can't it change yours? It changed Ola's life. It changed Ola's life. So why can't it change yours? It changed Swain's life. Why can't it change yours? It changed Kolawole. Many of them, they are here. So talk to a whole lot of people. I know many of them here. They are on my WhatsApp. I know all of them. See, if you are looking for one person, you know that guy that is putting his head down, that is on glasses. He's going to raise up his head now. He's in that one there. Ask him. Power Platform changed our life. Just ask people, a whole lot of people, all the speakers, Power Platform changed our life. So how can I harness the beauty of Power Platform and to learn? And definitely even our Microsoft country manager will be telling us a whole lot that we'll know. Then again, networking continue. Now, the announcement. I'll rush through the announcement, then I'll bring the keynote speaker on stage. Okay, so the announcement. First things first. Can you leave a space beside you? So it's first things first. Leave a space beside you. COVID protocol. Then we have put on your, for me too, I'm putting that on. Put on your Bootcamp tag as always, because that is what we need for you to get passed into the auditorium or anything that you want to do. We need your tag. Then also your face masks. then be respectful to everybody. Me too, I'm here to learn from you too. Please, let's be respectful to each other. The restroom direction is there. That exit. That exit. Either you pass here or you pass here. You don't pass through this place. Those are the exits, please. Please, kindly put on your. I still have a whole lot of people that are not putting on face masks. And there's face masks on the decks that we bought for everybody to use, please. Eating inside the hall is highly prohibited. Please don't eat inside the hall. If you want to eat, just go outside and take something, please. Thank you very much. Okay, now I'm going to bring upstage the keynote speaker. But before I bring upstage the keynote speaker, can I play the sponsorship video? Can I play the sponsorship video, please? Thank you. So after this, we'll bring up stage.
Now that you have additional funds for the expansion of your business, is it protected?
So, your business is thriving, but is it protected? I know you've got the best hands running your business, but are they protected? Think about it.
I head the talent management team in the HR department of FBN Quest Merchant Bank. I first got in touch with Dee Brown in 2017. When I joined, they were already running the graduate training academy here at FBN Quest. So at the point, it was more of a partnership model. But this year in 2018, I was running the program from start to finish. And I had to sort of run all of the ideas and concepts for the Graduate Training Academy with the Dee Brown team specifically, led by David. And my experience with them has been mind-blowing. They stretched my ideas and built on the concepts that we wanted delivered for the academy. They supported us with technology, just making sure that the learning could go on even after hours, with the office training hub. The GTs had 24/7 support. They partnered with us in sort of driving, initiatives and consolidating some of the learnings from the classroom real life. So when we did Microsoft PowerPoint, we actually had presentation topics where the GTs learned about interpretation of financial statements. They had real life scenarios to present this. Training and learning was all day round. They had clickers where they could, test and quiz, and I got that information on a daily basis. I had a dashboard that gave me at every point in time a bird's eye view of everything that was going on with the academy as far as a graduate trainee. So I could, already identify, people who were doing well in certain things, what we needed to adapt and adjust. And I think that's the overall objective of having a learning partner, someone who takes what it is you want to achieve and amplifies it, provides the opportunity for you to do your day-to-day job and still get a view of exactly what's going on in the academic classroom. And I mean, without a shadow of doubt, I would definitely recommend the D Brown team for anyone who's interested in, an academy for fresh graduates, young analysts. Beyond our GT Academy, they've supported us with other initiatives as well, with financial modeling for analysts as well. They've supported us with our Microsoft Office training, which we've run, across, employees, from analysts, to fairly senior people within the team, just a refresher course. And the feedback has always been consistent around how, robust, rich, and using technology to simplify and provide opportunities for employees to continue to learn during, after, and far beyond the classroom. Thank you, D Brown, for your continued support for learning and talent development at FBN Quest Merchant Bank.
Okay, thank you to our sponsors. Okay.
Mama investment. Figure out how to make more money. And Access Mindset Investment gives me all of that.
Okay, so let me tell you who Madam Ola is. She is a business leader with over 20 years of experience in IT industry, helping organizations leverage the power of technology to achieve their business objective. She's currently the country manager of Nigeria and Ghana. Prior to this, she was the digital transformation and cloud solution director for Microsoft Middle East and Africa, multi-country cluster, spanning over 67 countries in Africa and part of Middle East. She leads the team of talented solution specialists to empower enterprise customers achieve digital transformation of their organization through Microsoft Cloud solution. When you are talking about somebody, the next thing is also be clap. I was expecting that. I was not hearing. She's an award-winning leader with 20 years of experience in technology solutions, sales, consulting support, channel, and people management. And before this, she was the lead consultant with Dimension Data Nigeria and has worked with large, complex projects. She speaks at different Microsoft and industry events, presently presenting across Microsoft and industry solution portfolio. Help me welcome Madam Ola Williams of Microsoft.
Thank you very much, David. Good morning, everyone. Good morning. It's a great pleasure to be here and also gives me much more pleasure to see young female women here in this room. Just as David said earlier, tech is for everyone, including women, and it's always exciting to see both male and female, especially young people, trying to understand technology and leverage the power of technology to transform society and better our lives. So, really excited about what the community is doing, and I really appreciate all the sponsors and everyone that has been working behind the scene to make today a reality. And I also appreciate everyone in this room. I've been somewhere else, but you prioritize being here to learn, to grow, and to impact. So today I will not talk so much about power apps, but I will talk about it because I'm also very passionate about it because of the innovation that this solution brings to all of us. I hope. So I'll talk to you, first of all, the digital disruption that we're all experiencing. All of us are experiencing it. Whether you're male, female, old, young, everyone is being impacted by technology today, either knowingly or unknowingly. And I'll also talk about, how the disruption is affecting everyone. Then power platform overview and benefit of being part of a community, especially this important community that we're all gathered here this morning to talk about. So let's talk about disruption. And disruption is not new for all of us, especially people that have studied history about human evolution. We've seen that human being is always evolving. Something triggers us to make changes to our life. In the 70s, it was steam and water that runs machine systems. And at that time, that was innovative. And I could imagine people living in that society, how that had made changes to the choice of career, bring new business opportunities, and also put some people out of business. And when it gets to the 1870s, electricity came, and of course, automobile. I could imagine that prior to automobile, people were using horses to move goods from one place to another. And when vehicle came, those people were important people in the society prior to computer. But today, such jobs don't exist because computer came and electronics devices came. Now we're talking about digital age, where we're talking about internet, cyber, we're talking about Internet of Things, networking, big data, power platform. Is transforming the way we work, the way we do business, and the way we relate with each other. As if that wasn't enough. We're still trying to come abreast with all the rapid changing in technology. And COVID struck. But thankfully, we have technology. Because COVID struck and we have technology, the mix of both events actually leapfrog us into a new era where today people can actually work from home. It's normal. Before, if you tell your manager that, please, I want to work from home for 1 year, he's going to look at you like you are crazy. What do you mean? If someone tells you, I'm schooling online, maybe 4 years ago, be like, this person is not serious. Or the school is not going to make meaningful impact. But today, it's normal. We can have events online, people party online, we sing online, people collaborate singing online, and it's melodious, we could feel it. These are the changes that is impacting us today. And that means some jobs that were existing prior to COVID, now that everybody is in hybrid, we're used to virtual life, those jobs will never come again. But of course, it creates new opportunity. But first of all, let's talk about the existing challenge, because when we identify the challenges, we can see the opportunity, isn't it? Great. Now, because of the fact that we have digital innovation, a lot of applications are being built and more will be built. And digital work can be automated with current technologies. A lot of work that we're doing today will be automated. And because it's automated, it will create new opportunities and challenges for some people. But in the midst of all of this, organizations are facing a number of challenges. One is budget constraint. It's important that we understand that when you're looking at your solution or providing solution, you know that people have budget constraint. So how do you think beyond the constraint to add a number of automation that will help to mitigate this challenge? There's also time and resource constraint, and business is expecting very swift, responses, especially from IT, because, first to market, time to market, all are factors that determine how businesses take decisions. So there's a lot of expectation from the business, and we still have a level of paper processing within most of the organization that could hamper the rate at which they can innovate. We're talking about organizations, especially large organizations that have large complex processes, but technology can actually help us to simplify those processes. And IT and business partnership needs to be stronger. Not that it's not there. Legacy system to maintain. Shadow IT. Shadow IT means organizations or departments within a company that is not IT, that creates their own IT department because IT department is not nimble enough. And legacy existing technology and security and compliance, which is really, really critical. And we will look at that shortly. So, but all the innovation that we're experiencing, the transformation that's taking place worldwide, also creates some gaps. There's a shortage of developers. In as much as we want to quickly innovate, we want to create new application, but there is need to create new application, something more like that. There's a shortage of developers. But there's a lot of, especially in Nigeria, and I say that a lot, we have a lot of youth. Our youth population is very, very large. And these are youth that are born into digital era. You guys think digital. You are digital native. And it's easier for you to really take advantage of the digital economy that, innovation had created. But it's just about getting the right guidance, understand what is the trend in the technology, and put our mind in the right places. There's a whole lot of opportunity. And that's what the message I'm trying to bring out. And 86% of organizations worldwide struggle to hire tech talent. And for you, my ladies, this is a huge opportunity for you. this is a time for you to really think about building a career in technology, because when we look at technology, it impacts every aspect of life. And for us to make significant impact in our life, we need to have diverse views, right? So if we leave it to only the guys to create the solutions that we will all use, we are changing ourselves and the entire ecosystem. So because we have a different view, the men have a different view, all of us put all these important views together and we build a robust solution for the society. So the companies are struggling to hire talent. So it's important that everybody gets skilled. Everyone has capabilities around technology, especially Power Apps actually provide that easy entrance way into becoming a developer. And that's why it's really great to see a lot of you in the room, being interested in trying to learn this solution. And of course, to mitigate these challenges, we see opportunities. We have to look at it from the point of view of opportunity, and that's where Power Platform comes to play. Power Platform is an innovative solution that empowers everyone to transform, whether you have a technical background, coding background, or not. It doesn't matter. Come as you are. And the platform provides that opportunity. So when I talk about no code, meaning that everyone within the business, whether you're an accountant or you care about HR or finance or project management, whatever it is that you do, you have your own domain expertise. You are a subject matter expert in your area. Of course, you don't know how to code, but you need to bring in your domain expertise into technology to innovate. So Power Platform provides the capability, just like PowerPoint, to create applications quickly. So if you can use PowerPoint, you can actually develop application using PowerPoint, even though you don't have any coding background. And low code means we drag and drop like an Excel formula. You can create even more powerful application that allows you to have limited coding experience and still be able to contribute to building robust application that is meaningful for you and your organization or for your client, as the case may be. And for us developers, Power Platform actually makes our life much, much easier because it provides that development platform that can help you to extend your capabilities beyond just, coding. And look at bringing the power of Azure, Microsoft Azure, which is our, platform for all our cloud solutions. Microsoft 365, M365, which is the robust productivity solutions and security solutions that we have. Dynamics 365, which is our business operations solution. Bringing the power of these three solutions together and the capabilities to help you to bring on unrelated solutions on the same platform to be able to analyze data, build application, develop agents that can help organizations to improve on their business processes or automate their processes. That is Power Platform for you. So everyone should be interested in Power Platform literally because it's inclusive. It allows everyone to be able to leverage that solution to create things that they can imagine. And that's the power of technology. For us as human beings, we are super creative. We know what to do. We have intuition. We can think about things. But technology actually helps us to bring to life our creativity, enhances our creativity. And that's well-positioned Power Platform as a very good solution or a partner for human to really bring our creativity alive. Now, I think I've mentioned this, that it empowers everyone to do more. Let's go into the security aspect of it. Because as the world evolves and we become more reliant on technology, then school of thought of, oh, what about security? What about people's data? What about compliance? How do we ensure that all this is accurate? Our platform just goes beyond providing you the platform that do fancy things. We do a lot of fancy things in a secure environment. And let's put some numbers to it. Microsoft invests over $1 billion in security research and development annually. Please, let's just allow that to sink in. Because that means you are leveraging a platform that is mindful of security, looking at that research and development only, understanding the trends and the threats and the landscape. If we are to build a solution on our own, how many of us will be able to have that capacity to be able to do that? So now we're coming to a platform that already provides capabilities for us. So we can rest in terms of, research and development around security. And not only that, there are over 3,500 cybersecurity experts working day and night in Microsoft data centers, understanding and building more, security into our platform. So anything you build on Power Apps, you should be rest assured that it is secured. And not only that, when it comes to compliance, Power Platform is hosted on Azure and is globally available with over 90 plus compliance regulations that we meet. So organizations leveraging a Power Platform for their processes can actually show those certifications to their auditors that we are meeting all these 90 plus compliance requirements, whether it's ISO, Basel, all of the things that you might think of. And of governance, because that's also critical. Power Platform provides enterprise scale governance capabilities as native. You don't need to do anything. It's part of it. Whether it's user-based governance in terms of access control, or it's really governance about classification of data. All of these are built into the solution intuitively. And that is something that is really critical for us to think about as we continue to, in this journey, to build solutions or applications that is secure and for the common good of everyone. So, being in this room today, the message is you are in the right place. You are making very good use of your time because you are preparing yourself to be able to take on opportunities that is existing today and into the future. And the investment that you're making this morning or throughout today and all through the entire engagement here and going forward is not a waste because there's so much opportunity. In my previous slide, I spoke about shortage of developers. I spoke about organizations struggling to hire, tech resources because they're in high demand. So you're actually putting yourself in a position where you'll be in high demand. But how do you sustain that? I want to leave us with this message because a lot of people, of our speakers, will still come up and tell us a lot more about Power Platform, more than I can possibly do. So this is not a time to really spend a lot of time on that. But I just wanted to make sure that we understand the value that we are building as a member of the community that is looking at growing your capabilities and expanding your capabilities to also help others in the future to come into that. But being part of a community is really important. Because there's one thing for you to have determination, I want to do a lot of things from oh, I want this, I want to do that. When we have accountability partners or we have people of like-minded that we're networking with, it helps us to get stronger. It gives us that, leverage to really reduce the learning curve. And there's so many benefits of being part of the community. And if you go online, you'll see thousands. But let's just put some little context into the reason why being part of a community like this or taking part in events that is being done by a community like this is really important. One, it helps to create connection with like-minded people from different backgrounds. And why is different background important? Because they have diverse views, they have diverse experiences that they can bring in to enrich your own personal experience. So being part of a community or a group is really important. Networking, connecting with people is great. So if you want to go, there's an adage that if you want to go fast, go alone. But if you want to go far in life, go with people. So being part of a community can help because they can also share information with you, share ideas, help you to see perspective that you are not looking at. It can also help you to get constructive feedback on any project that you're doing because, ideas can come into our mind and we feel, oh, this idea is great, there's not like it in this world. And you come to a team of people, trusted people, of course, share the idea with them. They can say, oh, why don't you look at it this way and that? So that's why this is also very important. And it also helps you to generate new people into your own projects that you necessarily, if let's say you're starting a new business, as an entrepreneur, a young entrepreneur, you don't have all the financial resources. But being part of a community, you can enlist people that can help you in that journey, and you will not have to be restricted by lack of financial capability to hire experts. And of course, it increases the likelihood that project or solution will be widely accepted because you are getting different perspectives from everyone. It's not just only about your idea, but your idea is rich because other people are contributing to it. And it's an opportunity to improve your knowledge and problem-solving skills because you have capability and ability to learn from others and the opportunity to see how others are doing things differently than you're doing. And most importantly, first-hand information of product updates and upgrades so that you're not obsolete. And you become a subject matter expert in your domain, in your area, in the solution, and become an authority that people can rely on. And last but not the least, decreased support caused by crowdsourcing fund. Not only fund, even crowdsourcing, ideas, crowdsourcing, innovation, and so on and so forth. So I really want to leave you with this. I want to encourage you all to embrace community, embrace being part of something that is larger than you, embrace being part of innovation that goes beyond borders, because the community is not just about your local vicinity, it's beyond you, it's global. And let's be part of it, let's contribute to it, let's build into it. And for us at Microsoft, we're committed to supporting this community. We're committed to supporting young Nigerians to build their capabilities, to be able to take advantage of the digital economy that is available to us everywhere. Imagine you sitting here today, building a solution of power platform that can be used anywhere in the world. That means you have the potential in this room to also bring direct investment into Nigeria. So I'm counting on all of us to be part of that generation that will change the narrative of Nigeria. That we're not just relying on only one source of income, But because we are young people, large population of young people, we have intellectual capabilities that we can leverage to increase our direct investment in terms of services and solutions. So I want to encourage you all, take advantage of this community, take advantage of the fact that you do not need to have all the technical background and knowledge to be able to contribute to digital space and digital industry and be part of this great initiative. Thank you very much for your time. Thank you for listening and enjoy the rest of the event.
Well, can you put our hands together once again? Ladies and gentlemen, I welcome you once again to the Global Power Platform Bootcamp 2022 Lagos, Nigeria. That was a powerful session and keynote from our mother, Olawale. We deeply appreciate that. Before we move to the next session, I would like to run through some things just to be sure that you're paying attention. She highlighted a lot of things. She started with the history of the world in terms of technological innovation, mentioning how many industrial revolutions. Can someone answer that? Can you tweet it? Like, just go to Twitter right now, talk about those 4 industrial revolutions and put the hashtag GPPP 2022 Lagos. Okay, and she also mentioned that there's going to be a certain number of applications to be built in the next 5 years. Who can record that number? Wow, I forgot that we're a student environment. Okay, you got me. Okay, so 500 applications to be built, and this is accelerated by the pandemic. Organizations now want to evolve digitally. They are not paying attention before, but they want to do it now. And do you observe how many numbers of developers do we need to cover that gap? What? Well, I mean, are you guys jotting things down? Oh, interesting. I mean, actually, I can't put them down as well. So I'm happy that we are catching along. So it's very important that there's a job role here. 1 million new developers to support the existing ones to be able to help achieve the digital needs of organization. And we realize that it might be difficult. A quiz here, if you can get it, how many skilled developers do we have in the world today? Okay. So because it's not outside, it's outside the curriculum, right? Okay. So estimates, it's an estimate of 25 million skilled software developers, and it took the world around 40 years since the Trump bubble to raise these people. Adding one to it within the space of 1-2 years is very, very difficult, and this is why low-code, no-code application platforms become more significant, because the alternative to achieving the end goal, which is business value, business solutions. And what a skilled developer worked on as a team, someone who is skilled in Power Platform development can use this skill. So it is an opportunity and a lot worth exploring. How many applications do we have within the Power Platform stack? After this exam now. I mean, so it's just to say that, can you just clap for yourself? It's awesome. It's awesome. I'm going to bring on stage another person because I'm moving to the next session right now.
You need to be active. There will be energy in the house. I know him. I've worked with him for 2.5 years. Bring out your phone. David Brown is coming. You walk. You will enjoy that session because it's going to be mind blowing. When he's done and I ask you, is it mind blowing? You will know the answer to give me. Now, who is David Brown? Now, David Brown has over 25 years of experience in financial modeling.
start right away. All right, so here we are. So what we're going to talk about, introduction to Power Platform, an overview of practical case studies. Some people are going to share just short case studies to see how it really works in real life. And start learning. So I know a lot of us want to learn and want to get certifications. So I'm going to show you how to get those certifications. And by the way, that we're going to post a lot of stuff on our Telegram group. There's a Telegram group that I'll share with you so you can, everything that I'm going to talk about is going to be posted there. So you can download it from there. Then you're going to win a training. So somebody here is going to win $1,000 training on Power BI. Yeah, somebody's going to win that. Who's going to win it? Just put your hand up. Okay. Okay, let's see. We'll see who's going to win that. We have some consolation prizes. Q&A at the end. So we'll have about 15 minutes Q&A. And yeah, so first thing I want you to do is go to this site on your phone, polev.com/dbrown. polev.com/dbrown. So there are some questions I want to ask to know our audience. When you go to polev.com, you go there to ask you for the room, and the room is D Brown, or just /D Brown. Okay, so this is the first question. What do you do? Remember, polev.com. polev.com/dbrown. Network issues. No, internet is getting better in Nigeria. Don't worry. Yes. So while you're waiting, I'll tell you a little bit about myself while you're waiting. And I started, I think David told you something about Excel. So Excel has been a friend of mine for a very long time. And actually, it's going to be a friend of you when you get to work, because Excel is like the fix-it-all tool. Who uses Excel here? Great. So it's like a fix-it-all tool, but instead of, sometimes it gets really complex and very complicated. So a lot of what the Power Platform does, a lot of stuff can be done in Excel, but in a far easier way, right? When you're looking at data, everything we're going to talk about today is data. Data is where it starts from. Any accountants in the house? Accountants, only 2 accountants in the whole, that's a big problem. You know, most companies, you start with an accountant and you end the company with an accountant. Do you know that? You can't have a company without an accountant. Somebody should defend their profession. Shout it out. What do? You're not defending your profession. You have to ginger yourself. Defend your profession. I'm an accountant, so that's what I'm saying. You have to have an accountant to start the business. And then if the business is winding down, who winds it down? An accountant. So a very good profession to have. Anyway, so anybody answered? No, nobody has logged in yet. So try and log in. polev.com. It's network. Okay, network issues. Okay. Check my internet. Okay. we would leave the polls for now. We'll come back to the poll. So this is the Power Platform page or Telegram group. There are lots of resources here, free trainings, lots of stuff. So if you haven't joined this group, please do. You can take a picture of the screen and do it later if you want, or you just scan the barcode. So people joining us online as well, please just scan the barcode and join the group, because you have so many free stuff there. Lots of interesting things there. Again, we're going to share this with you at the end. Okay, good. All right. So introduction to the Power Platform. So I'm David, and really my career all started really with data. I read accounting in University in Kano, Bayero University, quite a while ago. Then I joined Anderson. Do you know what happened to Anderson? They kind of played with data in a wrong way, and then they died worldwide. The company went under, unfortunately, because they were shredding data they shouldn't have shredded, and something around Enron. So you can see that data not used properly is also very dangerous. And then I joined KPMG, and I'm an accountant, as I said, chartered accountant, chartered tax. And then we started D. Brown Consulting about 15 years ago. Then D. Brown Consulting does training, so I have certifications from ATD. I'm a master trainer, master instructional designer, CFA Institute too. I'm a member there. And then we became Microsoft partners, and we're going deeper into what Microsoft does. And in fact, Power BI was invented. Who knows? Small prize for you at the back. Who knows when Power BI was invented? Yes, shout. 2011. No, not 2011. Some parts of Power BI were invented around 2011, but then it became Power BI in 2015. Is that what you wanted to say? Okay, I trust you. Yes, so you get the prize. 2015. So Power BI was invented in 2015. And in fact, Power BI is one of the Power Platform, right? There are 4 in the family. One of the Power Platform is the first one, and a lot of its roots came from Excel, from something called MDX, and something called SQL, right? So those 3 are the influences for Power BI, and that has been my baby for a long time. I was frustrated in my career building applications, and I'm not able to share it with people. Yeah, I can't share these applications with people because if I build something on Excel, the best way to share it is email. You just email it to somebody, and then the person changes it, another person changes it. So you have different versions of the truth. One important thing when you're working with a Power Platform is one version of the truth. What does that mean? You have data, you've changed it, everybody should see that you've changed it. So it shouldn't, oh, that thing you presented, how come you didn't have ABC? Oh, no, but I had it on mine. Oh, I didn't have it on yours. So arguments start because you don't have the same version of the truth. So Power BI, once it came out, I was super excited because it was going to solve a lot of my problems. So in fact, I got the privilege of going to Israel before the launch. So this is me. This is me in Israel before the launch of Power BI, before the worldwide launch of Power BI. This is the Power BI team. Very tiny team at the time. It's a huge product now. So just before the launch, February 2015, I was there and really looking, I knew this was going to be a game changer right from then. So Power BI is one big thing that I do. And I got an MVP 4 years ago. And financial modeling is another thing I do. So really, I'm more in the finance sector. I do more things in the finance sector, and we use Power BI a lot. And the Power Platform is really powerful. So this is where I work, D. Brown Consulting. We do training and consulting services. We build analytics systems, and we train on analytics systems. And one of you is going to win one of our major courses. So let's see if this one works this time. What is your current experience with Power Platform? Don't know if you see it on your screen. think we've sorted the internet issues. Let's see if you can answer this. So what is your current experience? So I'm just going to use, so who is an expert? This person knows all the Power Platform, uses it, makes good money with it. Just stand up if you're that person. Okay, I'm standing up, so I guess it's only me. That's not, okay. What about, let's say if you never heard of it at all, just put your hand up. You've never really heard of it, just today. Okay, you are in a good spot. Do you know why you're in a good spot? Because you're going to learn the best practice. You're going to learn the best practice from the start. Some of us that have been doing it for a long time, we've been bringing our bad practice. So you're going to learn the best practice. Great. So I'll leave all the polls for now. Unfortunately, the technology is not working. And I'll just go straight into the presentation. All right, so digital transformation. When you're looking for work, and maybe I'll use hands. How many of us are looking for work right now? Anybody here? Okay, quite a lot of us. So there's a session we're going to do later on interviews. We're going to try and train you on how to interview. One word you should definitely know about when you're doing your interview is digital transformation. Every company in the world is basically going to be digitally transformed. Every company in the world is going to be a digital company. Whether you're manufacturing something, you must have that digital space. You must understand digital, right? So digital transformation, try and understand it. We have empowered employees. That's the first thing. You have empowered employees understanding how to use data to empower everything that they're doing. Everything revolves around data. But this empowerment leads to engaged customers. So when a customer basically comes into your office and you say, hi, Mr. Philip. Mr. Philip, how did you know it was Philip? Because he sent you a survey the other time and you saw his picture and you know it's him. So you're using data to kind of engage with him directly. So engaging customers is part of digital transformation, and then transforming products. So your products, all of them are tied digitally. You have an app you've built and your product is running through that app. So you have transformed products. Now with engaged customers, empowered employees, and transformed products, you can have optimized operations. So you optimize your operations can run seamlessly. A lot of us have been working from home, and that is because of that digital transformation. If you haven't transformed digitally, you can't work from home. You must work from the office physically. So that's digital transformation. With this loop, what happens is you have data intelligence. You have captured digital signals from everywhere in your business. Every single thing has a digital signal. If you look at Facebook, you've gone on to Facebook, everything you do there is recorded. So in fact, I think sometimes I tell people Facebook knows you more than you, because you see certain things and you're like, wow, how did it know that? Of course, it knows you. So there's always digital transformation in every single data product you use. So capture digital signals across businesses, connect and synthesize data. That's the next thing you do. And then you take action. So once you can move from action, from data, from signals to action, then you actually have a digital transformation or digital feedback loop working. Microsoft Power Platform. So the Power Platform itself is built as a low-code system. So you don't need to be a developer. You don't need to know how to code to use the Power Platform. Everything in the Power Platform that I will show you can do it in 5 minutes. You can start with the first one, Power BI. You can do business analytics in 5 minutes. You just have your data, connect to it, and you'll be able to do some analytics. This, I think, even though I'm a bit biased, this is the first bit I think you should learn. Why? Because your CEOs, the executives, that's what they see. They will see these beautiful visualizations and everything, but at the back end, there's a lot of work going on, right? So that analytics, you need to be very good at visualizing data. Then Power Apps, you have application development where you're building applications. So the same apps you see on your phone, but this one is more like corporate apps. So the corporation, people within the corporation mostly are the ones using that app. So they log on to an environment. So Microsoft will give your company an environment. When you log into that environment, you create an app for that environment, and then everybody in that environment uses the app. So let's say you have 1,000 people, even say the elections, for example, you're managing the elections. You have about 1,000 people working all over the country. It's easier for them to have their app, log in, do whatever it is they're doing, and then you have a central data dump. So everything that these 1,000 people are doing is all aggregated into one place because you're running it from an app, not paper or pencil. So Power Apps, that's application development. Power Automate. Power Automate, take it as your automation engine. So you're connecting anything you do manually can be automated. So if you basically go to an email, somebody sends you an email and attaches something every day in your email. You've attached maybe a folder, and every single day you need to download that and take it to a folder, send an email to someone that says, hey, this person has sent us the document. All of that can be automated. So you just program it, it goes there, pulls out everything you did manually. Every step you did, you can program those steps. And that makes you far more efficient. And again, this is a big thing if you want to transform an organization. Imagine you're going for an interview and you understand the industry you're going for. Try and understand the pain points of that industry. What is the big problem they have? Or even ask what the big problem is. And in your mind, just think about triggers. These are different things that they're doing, these steps. And he asked the person at the interview, how long does this take the organization to do? I said, well, probably because when they say, do you have any questions? Please don't say no. Ask them the question. What's your biggest problem you currently have working with data and stuff? They will tell you, how long does this take you? It takes me probably 10 hours, 20 people, 10 hours. 20 people, 10 hours. How many hours is that? My math's not very good. 20 people, 10 hours. 200, right? So 200 hours a week. How much is an hour worth to you? Probably 10,000 naira. How much is that? 200 hours, 10,000 naira. How much? 2 million. So you now tell the person that I can completely automate that system for you. And how much is your salary? So you've already saved them 2 million a week. You're employed. Right? So those are the kind of techniques you should use in your interviews. And Power Automate, that's how you use Power Automate. It will automate that process, eliminate it from the business, and then, of course, makes you far more productive. Power Virtual Agent. Power Virtual Agent. This is a bot. We all know bots, right? This is a bot. Power Virtual Agent is a bot. It's like your employee. Again, another thing you would ask is, what is something you do repetitively that is so mundane that you wonder why people keep stressing you? Let me give you an example. Is there maybe you're somebody in the office that someone comes to and asks, please, can you help me with this? Can you help me with that? Can you help me with this? Can you help me with that? And it's good, you help people, but you spend about an hour a day doing that. A lot of people in HR do that, and anyone that's really good at anything would also have people asking them these questions. Why don't they just ask a robot? That's why. So you can create a robot of yourself. When people come, they ask me, can you help me change this to this? Can you help me do this? Can you help me do that? All those can you help me are questions. Frequently asked questions. You go to your Power Virtual Agent, you type all those questions there. These are things people ask. What is it that you do after they ask this question? Maybe the next thing you say, oh, let me try and understand what it is you're saying. Is it one of these three options? That's what you say in real life, right? Go to the bot and ask, is it one of these three options? Put those three options there. Then you know that the next thing you do is, okay, when they pick this option, the first option, it means that they need this file. So in the bot, when they click that, you tell it, when they click this, give them this file to download, right? You've eliminated that first step. Second step, when they click this, ask them another question. Oh, you said Power Platform. Which bit of the Power Platform are you interested in? That's your next question. So in the bot, you tell the bot, when they click this, give them a list of 4 things in the Power Platform. Power Virtual Agent, do you get? So then in real life, what do you do when you say, oh, it's Power BI? Oh, Power BI. Okay, yeah, you need a documentation. So in the bot, you tell the bot, when they click Power BI, then do this. So you sit down and recreate that process in Power Virtual Agent. It's extremely powerful. So you've now eliminated that mundane task. So you can now start doing higher value work. anytime, and this is for anyone in work now or going to work, anytime you see yourself repeating something, just know you are inefficient. You're repeating it many times, repeating it many times. Just stop and say, which one of this do I need to transform the way I work? Because at the end of the day, the Power Platform is for efficient working. It's a business application to make you efficient at work. So you should be able to identify one of these to say, okay, which one of these will solve this problem? Power Apps, you build an application. So instead of filling a form, I know a lot of, you're in Unilag, lots of forms. There are plenty of forms all over the place. Every single one of those forms can be made into an app. So you fill it in an app, and once you fill it in an app, it's now digital. So that's Power Apps, right? And there's so many more things you can do with Power Apps. Then the Automate itself, as I said, you're automating every single step of the way. So Power Apps and Power Automate, they work together a lot. Yeah, they're automating everything. And I've just talked about Power Virtual Agent. At the end of the day, all these wonderful things you've done and all the data in your organization, you need to visualize it so people can make decisions. And that is Power BI. So do you get the Power Platform, how it all works? Yes? And the most important thing there is everything is data that's feeding it. And nice thing about Power Platform is it can connect to every data source out there, including a PDF file. Even if you have a PDF file, to connect to the PDF file and suck the data out of the PDF file. It is super powerful, right? And so you have data connectors, you have portals, you even have portal apps now for Power Apps. AI Builder, so you could tell an AI engine to kind of look at the patterns there and do the work for you. That's AI Builder. And then Power Virtual Agents. And then, of course, you have the Dataverse. That's like the whole universe of data. So data is key. Let's try one last time. What industry do you work in currently? Try and answer that. Okay, so the tech is not working. We have a game that needs the technology. We'll see, hopefully it will work before the game. Okay, so this is the data. This is basically the platform itself, the Power Platform. So these are the four. Now, you don't need to learn coding to be able to use it. But if you're a coder, if you're a developer, you can also use it to really build some wonderful solutions, some really massive solutions using all these steps at the back, Azure services, Azure Office data services, and you have your Visual Studio. So if you're a developer, you can go deeper. But what I advise you do, go and play with this. You can get it for free. I'll give you the website since we don't have internet right now. I'll give you the websites where you can go to log on and get all of this for free. But what I'm going to do now is we're going to share experiences. We're going to just share some experiences around the Power Platform and business cases, use cases. And I'm going to bring up someone that's going to talk about Power Apps. What did she do with Power Apps? What kind of solution did she create with Power Apps? But just to remind you, what is Power Apps? You're building apps for web and mobile with Power Apps. You collaborate. You basically build out, remove IT development. You don't need IT to build it. On your own, you can build an app. With AI Builder as well, anyone developing apps can readily integrate AI functionality that automates tasks like image recognition and the rest. On the online Telegram group, once you join, I'm going to share an image recognition software built on the app that will look at your face and tell you your age. So I'll share that on the Telegram group. So you just download it, you look at it, you look at your face, you tell your age. If you look at the text, maybe a picture with some images or text in it, to extract the image, extract the text from that picture, and you'll see how that works. And you'll probably see how to develop it as well if you join the Telegram group. And the anatomy of an app, well, any platform supports it. Any platform supports it, can connect to any service. And then you share apps like documents. So it's, if you know PowerPoint, then you can build the app. It's just like PowerPoint, you're dragging objects and telling this object, do this. And if you know Excel, you know in Excel you can say, if this is that, then do this. Same thing in Power Apps. They built it a bit like Excel, so it's easy for you to use. Very, very straightforward. Seamless integration. Sorry, slides went off. Okay. Seamless integration. So it integrates with all data sources again. And again, you can use Power Automate to do a lot of the automation internally. Then extensible model. It's just like Lego. If you know Lego, you're plugging things into it and it works. Then you have what you see is what you get, which again, as I said, like PowerPoint, you're actually seeing and developing. You don't need to, it's not coding blind. You're seeing and developing as you move. Data connectivity, connect to over, as I said, 230. Currently, I think it's even 250 data sources. So 250 connectors to different sources. And if you're a developer, you can use something called an ODBC connector to connect to other sources that are kind of strange and don't have their own connectors. Then build in data platform. Use the common data service or common data service from Microsoft in store to build in your, as like a Canvas app directly. And then app logic. If you can understand formulas in Excel, then you can build formulas in Power Apps. So that's how it was built to make it easy for us to use. So to talk about Power Apps, just brief experience. I will bring in on board MCTNAIJA-TECHUSERGROUP. So she's been an analyst and she's developed an app for a client, but she'll talk about some of the apps she's developed. So let's give her a hand to MCTNAIJA.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning. So my name is MCTNAIJA-TECHUSERGROUP. MCTNAIJA-TECHUSERGROUP. If you check that on LinkedIn. So, I'm a graduate of University of Calabar. Actually studied mathematics and statistics. So I joined D Brown last year, January, and I can say D Brown has been really helpful in my career. I've learned so many things on joining D Brown, and within 6 months, I was even able to start creating apps using Power BI, Power Automate, and also Power Virtual Agent. So I'm going to talk about an application that we developed for a client. So it's actually a mining company in Africa, about, I think, one of the largest gold mining companies. So that company it's kind of like in a location, and in that particular location, they have numerous staffs there. And in that company environment, you have the residential area, you have hospitals there, and you also have the mine site. So due to the emergence of COVID-19, that's the pandemic, there were a lot of things that happened. You know what happened? So many business folded up, and there were a lot of things. So many people lost their jobs, and some companies had to cut their staff short. So in this mine site, they had to restrict the number of persons that were coming to the mine site. If you notice, that's why some companies went remote. So sometimes you have to, send an approval form. I'm coming to the office today. Do not approve. Okay, if your reason is quite important, you should come to the office that particular day. So that's what happened in the mine. So they needed to put measures in place to mitigate the spread of the COVID-19 virus. So they actually started with a manual process. So we're going to talk about what Power Apps help them to do to transform this manual process. So what they started with, people come to the office, I've traveled, and then you just come back to the office. And then what they do is, what do we do? People are coming from different locations. How do we solve this problem? So what they did is they came up with a form, a normal form that we fill. And in the form, you have things like your name, your travel history, where have you been to? Do you have symptoms of COVID? All those are in the form before they now send it for approval. So they travel back home and they give that form maybe to the manager or anyone they see at the mine site so that they can approve that form. So they start waiting for approval. So something I didn't mention, they had to send most of the people living in the residential area out of the mine. So that's why workers were coming back or visitors were coming to continue their jobs. So they wait for approval, and sometimes it gets approved. Sometimes maybe if they don't have if they have symptoms of COVID, they don't approve it. So when it gets approved, they have to come back to the mine. So it's just like a long process. Like today, I'll submit a form. Then tomorrow or next tomorrow, I'll now come back after they've approved it. So after they've approved it, you come back to the mine and you discover in large organizations, you have your security there. They'll ask you, okay, what are you coming here to do? Something like that. And then you come, okay, my manager has approved me to come to the office today, but the security did not get an information as regards that. So now there's a communication gap. People are coming to the office, they've been approved to come to the office, but security doesn't have knowledge of that. So they needed to transform this process. They needed to transform it from a manual process to an automated process. So that's where Power Apps came in. They had to look for a solution. And at my company, D-Brown, we came up with a solution for them using Power Apps. So we integrated, in Power Apps, you have 3 types of app. You have your Canva app, you have your Portal app, and you have your model-driven apps. So we created a Canva app and a Portal app. So I said Canva, model-driven, and Portal apps. So for the Canva app, you have it like a drag and drop interface, like David said. What you see is what you get. Then your Portal app is just like a portal, your normal website. So the staffs will come in, fill in their details, and then it's submitted to their manager. And then they use the Power Automate. With the integration of Power Automate, once you submit, you click the button to submit, it sends an email to your manager, oh, this person wants to come to the office, and then the manager can decide to approve or disapprove. So once they approve, those people at the security gate or the security department will get an email also, this particular person is coming to the office. So that's how we're able to use Power Apps to solve their problem. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Noya. Thank you very much, Noya. The key word there is problem, really problem. You need to identify problems and be a problem fixer. So don't go and say, okay, I'm a developer, I'm a this. No, you're a problem fixer. That's what you do. You fix problems. Because companies have loads of problems. And fixing problems means making money for them, reducing time that it takes to do that thing and making money. So a problem fixer. All right? So that's Power Apps. And let's talk about Power Virtual Agent. I already talked to you about Power Virtual Agent. You've created yourself, a mini bot of yourself, and it's automating those things that you really don't want to do. When someone asks you, can you help me? Yes, is it related to this? Okay, here's a link, talk to my bot, right? So talk to the bot and the bot solves it. But let's make this more practical. Let me introduce a colleague of mine, Sadiq. He has a bot that he built and he wants to talk about it. Sadiq?
Good morning, everyone. Are we still in the morning or in the afternoon? Okay. Good morning, everyone. All right. So my name is Sadiq Yusuf. I work at D-Brown Consulting. All right. Let me ask us a question. How many of us are, should I say, a first-class student or deanly student or brilliant student? For me, I'm a brilliant student from the back. So let me just, for you, some of us that are very brilliant in the class, in the department. Now, okay, let me just go for us. Let's say you're given an assignment, GST 101 or MSc 101 and so on like that. With deadline, you need to submit the following morning to your class governor and so on like that. And your colleagues are already aware that you are the guru of the class. And you too, you have a lot of things that you are doing already. So it has already taken your time, and you have just limited time to complete that assignment and submit. So your timeline is very small. Now, we all know that when we are in school, a lot of people will just come to your house, copy and paste. How many of us do copy and paste? I'm number one. So follow me. Thank you very much. Okay, so we copy, we paste, and submit. But for some people, not people like me, I copy, I paste, submit. In the exam, we meet in the exam or do this. But for some people, they be asking, please, sorry, what's your name? Huh? Lola. Lola, please, we are like this, and you are so battling with yours. Another person will just drag you. Please, how did you arrive at it? Before you know it, time is going. They will not be able to complete theirs, and your major task of the day, you'll not be able to complete. And at the end of the day, just okay, the final answer is 7, just 7 and submit. So we found out that that process it really affects you and people that surrounds you. The same thing in the workplace. Most especially, just like David said, for people that are very good, or for the HR people. Let me use them as an example. I might come to ask HR, please, how many days do I have for my leave? HR, when are we going on? Is there public holiday on so date? Does the company has a policy for career growth? Can I, if I write any professional exam, will the company reimburse me? And if they are going to reimburse me, is it going to be in full or is it going to be part? Or and so many questions like that. Even some of us are interested in our pay. When will I be promoted? When will my salary increase? What can I do to get promoted within 6 months of joining the company? Because such questions, we have numerous questions. So this is one of the reasons why one of our clients they are being choked by questions from different departments here and there, different locations all over the country. In fact, one of our clients is one of the leading financial institutions in Nigeria. So they had to come and say, you know what? If we continue like this, we might end up dropping dead, or even we will sack ourselves since we are HR, because we are no longer productive. They are no longer productive. And why? Because of all these questions here and there, back and forth. At times you find yourself answering the same question like 7 times in a day. The same kind will call you, when can I do this? Another person will make the same call, when can you do the same thing? You answer that same question over and over and over again. And just like David said, if you continue doing the same thing over and over again, then you're no longer productive. So let me come back to my story. So that client have to run to us, then we run to Power Platform. So that was what took us to Power Platform. Then we had to look for what can we use to solve their challenge. I don't like calling it problem, but it's a challenge. What can we use to solve that challenge? So we found out that they already have a data bank of questions, frequently asked questions. They ask us questions about this, about leave application, different types of leave that we have, the career advancement, my payroll, which I'm most interested in. So we had to run back to Power Platform, like I said, and we found out that Power Virtual Agent is a very, very, very interesting tool. It's a powerful tool that can solve that challenge. And another thing is Power Platform, Power Virtual Agent, you don't really need to build a solution with it, but you can also you can integrate all other powerful products of Power Platform, which are the Power App, the Power Automate, and in fact at the back end you can do an analysis of how it is running. So we look at Power Virtual Agent, all the different questions that they already have. So we use those questions to they already have answers to it. Everything is solved already. So we just use that to create a bot for them. So in case you don't know, Power Virtual Agent allows you by simply dragging and dropping. You just drag and drop. Then you have created your Power Virtual Agent. As simple as that. So another thing that we were able to do with the Power Virtual Agent is we not only build a chatbot that answers all the FAQs, but also we say you can still go a step ahead. We ask them, what do you want to do again? Say leave application. Aside answering questions on leave, how many days am I entitled to, and so on. we had to what? Also build a leave application. So they have a product they used to build to apply for leave. They call it the SAP Success Factor, right? So we with the power of that, I say it's very powerful, very very powerful. In fact, if there's anything aside being powerful that I think we need to name this product, we need to give to this product. We are very powerful. So we have to use from power. We don't need to go to SAP again. From Power Virtual Agent, Power Virtual Agent, you can apply for your leave. And just two things. So virtual agents we have to be the connector. Like David said, we have over 250 connectors that Power Platform can connect to. So connect to the SAP. And when connecting to the SAP, it does two things. Number one is already have their leave information there. So we can retrieve any information about leave. Mr. Akari, you have used 3 days out of your 21 days. You can get it there. You have also number of days available. You can also get that there from there. That's one part of it. Then another thing is fetches information. Then another part of it is if you now want to apply, you apply from the virtual agent itself. And virtual agent what? Through the Power Automate, send your message into the SAP itself. Then your line managers, others they can also what? They can always take it up from there. So Power Platform with Power Virtual Agent, we're able to what? To solve that is that another aside pain? Is really a pain in us. So yes, it is. So we were able to solve that. Then at the end of the day, we're like, thank you. It's as if you just put a up there. So that's how we were able to do that. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you for this. It was very simple. No mind, it's not simple. At some point, yes, it's simple to do certain things, but then connecting to other data sources, sometimes those data sources don't have. If you get to somebody, you're talking to somebody, you guys know it. You're talking to you. Now. It's that kind of thing. Sometimes the power is trying to talk to somebody and the guy is on thinking, just like we are. Right? So it talks to different things. That's what a connector is. When you have connectors, it is some programmers that are sat down and made those two things talk to each other. Talk now, don't do rude. Talk to each other. Right? And that's what a connector is. Now, when you don't have a connector, you need to kind of learn the language, the speaking French, the speaking German, and the English to get them to talk to each other. That's what I know. Right, so that's Power Virtual Agent. Very powerful. I suggest you jump into this because not many people in the world know how to use this. You become the expert very quickly. Right? So Power Virtual Agent. Now Power Automate, this is the automation engine that kind of connects all these things and automates. All the other ones use Power Automate. Anytime you need to automate something, Power Automate. And automators work with triggers and actions. What is a trigger? Something triggers something. Maybe someone goes to a website and clicks. That's a trigger. Right? Any trigger at all, any action, something that you can know something has happened, When you log on to an app and click something, that's a trigger. Any action and you do a trigger, that trigger to lead to an action. It's as simple as that. So you have triggers, action. Other applications are triggering to you are telling it when that application triggers you, this application do this. That's it. So you become an engineer, an architect, building a solution. And the nice thing about the Power Platform, just pick each application, which one do you think will do this thing best, but all of them work together. So quickly, for only 3 minutes, to talk about Power Automate, bring another colleague of mine in to just talk about this. We'll send this slide to you. I've talked about triggers and actions. Mostly, we do some robotic process automation in Power Automate. So let's see, I'm using Power Automate. Thank you, David. Good morning, everybody. Good morning. The first thing, look at the name here. Let me take some. I just said, unfortunately, I've never been to meeting. I've been in Lagos more than a year, but I only know a few places. I know better. And then I know more of this one. Yeah, I know.
Today is my first time in Yama. Thank you very much. All right, I'm ready about it. Okay? Anyone from the other hand? Interesting. Okay, let's talk about power automate. We've heard a lot about the power automate.
And the bottom line is that we want to be productive with whatever we are doing. Myself, I have some attributes. One, I talk so much. I'm a talkative. Secondly, I'm lazy. So those two things would always push me back to think about whatever I do. I want to analyze what I'm doing and then saying, instead of having to do these things repeatedly, there should be a way out. So like the example that somebody gave earlier, he mentioned that in the higher institution we have a number of courses. Yes, we got assignments. Okay, it's not is it a crime? Our lecturers know now. They are aware. They know. But some of us, we are still lazy to dub, and that's when we now speak to maybe a friend. Some people have girlfriends, right? And that's the essence of that girlfriend, right? What else does the person do? I told you, what's up now? The assignment. Oh, don't worry, I've submitted. She didn't do it herself too. She, But then, this person that's lazy is trying to look out for other means to get the same thing done, but probably faster. And that is the essence of you thinking around how to automate processes. Let me give us an example. Has anyone at any point in time you've had to transfer some files on your system, maybe onto a flash, an external drive? Have you done that before? Good. Assuming we want to transfer, say, 20 gig of data, that's the size of the file, from your system onto an external drive. How long will that take? How long? 1 hour? Sometimes a day. Sometimes your system will crash. Yes or yes? It depends on, the specification of the system, how heavy the files and all. But this is one of those things that we can actually deploy some of these products to do for us. Power Automate, to be precise. When we talk about Power Automate, we have a number of flows. 5 types of flows, basically. One of those is what is called the desktop flows or the UI flows. And that is what deploys RPA. Have we heard about RPA before? Robotics Process Automation. Have we heard about it? What's the difference between RPA and robotics? We have robotics, then we have robotics process automation. Are they the same? Are they the same? They are not the same, actually. So with RPA, you can actually design a flow within RPA that would go to that folder or whatever you want to transfer from your system and tell it to now save in the other directory. And that will be done in minutes for you. It's just for you to, after designing the entire process, you understand it, you have designed, then the next thing for you to do is to, make it active. Once you activate it, that's all about it. You just see that your flow is running, you see the number of seconds it takes, and then at the end of the whole show, you have your files wherever you want it to be. There are a number of things on Power Automate, really. One of those things I have personally, because at Deep Brown, one of what I do is I manage our webinars. I noticed that for webinars, after the webinar, I would have to send out the evaluation, the feedback in PDF to the speakers. But you understand that this thing that I'm sending, I send it out weekly. The feedback I would send out in PDF, I would have done a number of things. You cannot start your document on PDF. Do you start on PDF? Where do you start from? Maybe Word or maybe Excel. I would have put this thing on Excel. Then I'll save as to get it to PDF. Then I'll go to Outlook, the email, attach the file, then send. But sometimes I forget because I am correct. So now, what I now thought of is, I'm sending out the same email. Dear, please find attached, the same thing. You're not editing anything. So why should I do it weekly? So then I thought of, okay, what you can do, design a flow within Power Automate. The only thing you need to do is to say you extract the feedback. Once you have extracted the feedback, save it in a folder, maybe on SharePoint, OneDrive, just save it in a folder. Then have a flow that will pick that file from that folder and then convert it to a PDF. Once it gets to PDF, then the other part of the flow will be that send an email. So they send an email, pick the email address from whatever file you use as a data source, picks the email address, send the same thing, there's something, find attached. And that's all. And I'm there eating my food. Thank you very much.
Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. So thank you, Musin. That's not from Mushin. Yes, Musin is not from Mushin. So, and you pronounce it Musin. Musin. Yes. So thanks a lot for that. Again, he said he's lazy, but really, lazy people are very, very, very productive. Yeah. So, if you, in fact, you are busy pounding yam. How many of you pounded yam like this every time? I don't know who now came and said, "Look, I love this pounded yam, but really, I can't be pounding." And then, of course, you know what they invented? Poundo yam, right? The machine does it. So it's laziness is not too bad. Yes. So Power BI. So Power BI is, as I said, that's my baby. And Power BI, this is really, what I want to do with Power BI is let's win a course. So we're going to win this $1,000 course now. We don't have much time to talk about it. I want you to go to that Telegram group if you haven't. All these resources are going to be there. We've had a little technology issues, but Power BI is that tool that kind of brings everything together and then reports on what has happened. So all the Power Apps, all the triggers, all the actions, everything, including all the data you have in the organization, connecting to it and building a data model. You're saying this data talks to this data, talks to this data. You have to understand how you build a data model. And then you now build that tool on Power BI. And the technology for Power BI is also in Excel. Many people don't know this. The technology for building Power BI, everything about Power BI is in Excel already. In Excel, it's called Power Pivot, a language called DAX. There's Power Query and a language called M. It's in Excel. And all of that together is kind of what we have as Power BI. But instead of using Excel with cells, you're using like a canvas with like PowerPoint. So it's like PowerPoint you're dragging and dropping. So they work very well together and it's extremely powerful. So that's Power BI. So what I'm going to do now is we'll just jump straight to, I'm just going to jump straight to the solution, or let's go to the winning this prize. So I want you to join this just to see who is going to win this $1,000, right? Because, so you're going to go to a website called kahoot.com or .it, kahoot.it, kahoot.it, and you have this game pin. You put in that game pin, and the games will begin. So I'll give you 1 minute to just join, and then we play the game. I'll see who wins. 1 minute. Let's quickly join. Let's all join. Let's all join. Let's all join. After I see 30 people or 40 people, I'll stop it. So let's join. About 20 people have joined already, I've heard. Join, 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 join. It's hanging, right? The internet is, I think this is one of the oldest buildings in Unilag, right? Very thick, correct concrete. So data is not coming in. So let's join. I'm going to stop in 30 seconds. I'm stopping. It's still not in. I'm stopping. How many? So 30 seconds. Okay, 10 more seconds left to join. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And you can see all the people. See your names: James, Crown, Bashir, Chris. Well, oh, see, they're all joining now when I said I'm stopping. Okay, are we ready to play? Okay, are we ready? Okay, we'll have consolation prize for second and third, just small consolation prize. Okay, let's start. So this is the quiz, general quiz. We're ready to start. First question up. What is the most popular Microsoft Office application? Very easy question. Speed, speed, speed. You have 10 seconds. Speed. What's the most popular Microsoft application? Very simple. Yes, which one is the most popular? What's the most popular? What's the most popular? Okay. Time is coming up. Time is coming up. Time is coming up. Time is coming up. Time is up. Right. Time up. All right. So what do you think? What do you think the answer is? All of you chose Excel. Of course, I've been saying Excel, 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 Excel. You're wrong. It is Word, Microsoft Word. More people use Word than Excel. Yes. So let's see who is leading this charge. Who is Dro? Who is Dro? Who is Dro? Just stand up, stand up, stand up. Where are you? Where are you? Dro. Oh, okay. Some people are joining us online too. So you're in the lead now. There are 4 more questions. Next question. How often is Power BI Desktop updated by Microsoft? How often is it updated? Power BI Desktop, how often do they update it? How often do they update it? You can be clicking next at the top. How often do they update it? Wait, let's see. Okay. Time is coming. Time. Okay, you're still answering. All right, time up. Wait, so 85 is monthly. Monthly. Let's see who is in the lead right now. Who is in the lead? Time points. Oh, Success Ikuku. Where are you? Success, where are you? Okay, you're in the lead right now. 1,906 points. Wow. You're not joking at all. Okay. So, next question. What is the name or new name of Microsoft Flow? What's the new name of Microsoft Flow? What's the new name for Microsoft Flow? Flow Master, Power Apps, Microsoft Connect, Power Automate. What's the new name for Microsoft Flow? You have 12 seconds left. 10, 9, 8, 7. Okay. Somebody's still thinking hard. Answer. Don't think too hard. Okay. So what's the new? Who said Flow Master? Let's see. Flow Master. That's a very nice name, but no. Okay, who is in the lead? Let's check. Success is still in the lead. Hey, Success is still in the lead. Success, very okay. Let's see who's going to overtake him. Let's go next. So, what year was Power BI created? I said it here. What year was Power BI created? What year was Power BI created? If you miss it, then you are just not listening to me. You're on your phone. What year was Power BI created? 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4. What year was it created? Is it 2010? What do you think? A lot of you got it. Who is that 2010? 15 of you. Where were you? 2018. Okay. So let's see who is in the lead. Have we overtaken Success? No. Wow. You know, it's also speed if you're very fast. So let us see if Success is able to successfully stay there as number 1. Who is the current CEO of Microsoft? It's not correctly spelled. So, what's the closest spelling to the current CEO of Microsoft? Closest spelling, right? Closest spelling to the current CEO of Microsoft. Okay. So, small error there. So, is it Steve Ballmer? No, it is Satya Nadella. And wait, let's see. Success. I'm rooting for Success. Is next. The podium, number 3. The third person is John. Joan, who is that? Who is that? Oh, yes, nice. No, Tommy is number one is success. Yes. Come. So success, please. Success has won a 5-week program that will give him Power BI in detail. 5-week program worth $1,000. $1,000. Success. Excellent. So just tell us about yourself. Come up. Tell us just briefly about yourself. Congratulations. The other two, you're going to get trainings, but it's not definitely, you'll get some prizes. Yeah. Success. Tell us about yourself.
Hello. Hello, everybody. My name is Success Ikuku. I'm a student of Unilag. I'm from the Department of Mathematics. I'm into data analytics, and I'm here.
Give him a hand. Excellent. So do please join the Telegram group. Do you want me to put it up again one last time? Join the Telegram group, and then you get all the materials here, plus the demos we couldn't do. You see the videos there on the Telegram group. Okay, so right, this was an important bit, but you will get this. There's a documentation for all the skills you need to learn. If you want to learn Power BI, we have all the exams you need to do. We have all that listed. So I'm going to put a PDF on the Telegram group so you would download it. Good. So again, I'm just told that you're going to win exam vouchers. You have a challenge where you win exam vouchers to do these exams, all right? And we're trying to also get sponsorship so we can get free exams for you. So those are the exams. If we go right, no, it's going the other way. Yeah, it's there in the end. Okay, so this is the Telegram group again. Make sure you join this. There are almost 1,300 people there. All the materials will be there and everything to support you to be powerful in Power Platform. Remember, this is transformational. This will transform companies, and this is how you can get a job. And frankly speaking, sometimes you don't need a job. Once you have that skill, you can be hired virtually anywhere in the world. Once you have that skill, you can sit in your house in Mushin. Please, listen, you need to go to Mushin to visit Mushin. It's a very nice place. So go to your house in Mushin and you work for a company in Canada. Why should you go to Canada? Is there Pound in Canada? No Pound in Canada. Let's stay here. Anyway, so you should basically be able to work for any company in the world here once you have the skills. So all the exams that you need to do and the support you need will give you that support. And so I'd like to say a big thank you very much to all the organizers. It's been a lot of work to get this organized. And thank you to you and thanks to Unilag for hosting us. And we'll see you online.
Thank you very much, David. Wow. He said this session will be explosive. Can someone confirm that? Was it explosive? Where is that success? I have one question for you. If you get this one, then you get another 1,000 gift vouchers. What month did David went to? What was that? For the Power BI preview meetup. Is successful? Are you success? Okay, so guys, I want us to put our hands together once again to celebrate the amazing work that is being done at Deep Brown Consulting. They're also one of our sponsors today. You can see different use cases of this Power Platform. So fantastic. I mean, those are ideas for you to catch up with easily. We can mention the 4 applications in this stack. Someone. I know. It shows that the session was actually really grounded. It went deep. Now I'm about talking about the next session. I'm bringing up the next person. But before that, I want you to pay attention and tweet what we are doing right here. Bring out your phone again and take a picture of someone beside you or the crowd, and make a tweet. Add something to it, add emoji, and put the hashtag GPPB 2022, hashtag GPPB 2022 Lagos. For the breakout session speakers, please can you go outside and meet with David right now? Breakout speakers, please go outside and meet with David. He's expecting you there. Okay. The next session we're having is It's a breakout session. Hello. Okay, so we're having a very important session, and I'm going to be calling on the moderator shortly. It is time to learn about women in tech. It is not only guys. You're going to see it right here, how women are actually making us proud, how they're navigating their career despite the constraints and the barrier around them. And that would be not just inspiration for a lady, but also for guys. Guy, that's my weak point. That song is entering. Who is feeling the chant? That's awesome. Okay, so I'm going to be calling on Yinka Oker to bring on stage the powerful women who have not only inspired me, but are constantly doing amazing work, not just in Nigeria, all across the globe. Once again, I want us to put our hands together as I make welcome Yinka Oker.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning, afternoon. Good morning. Good morning, everyone, and welcome once again to the Global Power Platform Bootcamp 2022, Lagos. So it's my pleasure to be moderating this session where we're going to be talking about what women in technology, what they are doing. We have very successful women on the panel, and they are going to just tell us what they are doing to be successful in their career. The first person that I'm bringing up, if you're on Twitter, and I know we talk about Twitter a lot on this platform, but it's really because a lot happens on Twitter. So I like to call her Big Names. And by that name, some of you already know who I'm talking about. So I will bring up Adora Nwodo. The second person on the panel, we call her MJ. She doesn't break dance, but she breaks a lot of things. Please make welcome Olajumoke Turiola. And finally, last but not the least, there's something I'm going to tell you about her later, but I'll keep that for later. Let's have Joan Ojochemi. Thank you for coming. Okay, and of course myself, I'm Alainka. Okay. Okay, so like every time, sometimes I feel like there's too much, I don't know if to call it attention or noise or a lot of talk about women in tech. Oh, we're trying to get women into tech. Oh, we're trying to. But after all of the talk, it just looks like nothing is changing. You still get into a company of 100 staff and there's only 2 women because it's a tech company, and it just looks like, yeah. And people still make you feel like, if you're the only woman in the room, they still make you feel like, what are we doing here? It's a man's world and things like that. So that's what we're going to be discussing on this panel. What are the things that we need to do, either as individuals, as women, or even as organizations, so that all of these misconceptions can be removed and women can actually have their place in technology organizations and in tech careers. And before I start talking plenty, I will just introduce our panelists so that we will not take too much time. The first person I'll talk about is close by my side, Jumoke Toriola. I've known Jumoke for like 2 or 3 years now, but it feels like I've known her since forever. She's been like a mentor, a sister, and everything. She's been a lot to me. Jumoke is a Microsoft MVP, and then she is also the CTO of Hashem Limited. Hashem is a consultancy company. They offer a lot of digital services to different organizations. And the second person we have is Big Names. Adora Nwodo. Adora is a a software engineer at Microsoft. She's also an author. She's queen of open source. And she recently released a book called Cloud Engineering for Beginners. I just love her vibe. Like she's doing the thing, and she's on Twitter. She's so playful. She's just enjoying her life. Like I look up to her a lot. She doesn't know, but I'm telling her now. And then we have Joanne here. Joanne is like I want to call her. She does so many things. Joanne is a Microsoft Office 365 consultant. She's a customer success manager. Then she does cakes. Like it's fantastic. It feels like it's out of place, but because I love cakes a lot. So when I saw it on her profile, I'm just like, "Ah, this woman, only you." But then it just shows that you really can be anything you want to be. Like you don't have to box yourself into a corner and say, this is all I can do. You really can be everything you want to be. So now that I'm done introducing our speakers, the first question that I would like to ask them is because we are saying women in tech are maybe they are not getting recognition they want, or they're not getting the space that they want. But we see you, and you're sort of proof to us that you can be a woman in tech and you can have a successful career. So what is the one thing that you think has been the ingredient that has helped you to get your career to where it is today? I'll start from Jimmy.
All right, thank you, Olayinka. And then good afternoon once again. Okay, we're still in the morning. Good morning once again, everyone. I'm super glad to be here. I hope every one of us are catching phone. All right, so to the question, Yinka, for me, I think one of the ingredients that can make you still relevant as a woman in IT, I'll say, is the one, the amount of time you dedicate to yourself and to invest in yourself. So there are a lot of things we women do. I mean, apart from the upfront, keeping the upfront, and then a lot of times that you have to also juggle between the workforce and all of that. But one of the things that I've tried to do and then to maintain relevance also in IT is time. The time I think I invest in myself. And time to us can mean a lot of things, like I used to tell people. Your time can be the time that you want to meet up with friends. Your time can be the time you want to go to Instagram. Your time can be the time you want to, I mean, do any kind of thing. But what I normally tell people is this: one thing that is clear in life is that God has not given me 24 and a half hours. He has given every one of us time equally. How we make use of that time is what makes you what differentiates you from the other person. I mean, so how do you, at least a lot of this comes, I mean, what is happening right now, there's a lot of noise around it. You decided to use your time to do this, to come in here, to come and get trained, to come and learn and all of that. That is what time is. If you have a proper definition of what time is and what it is to you, I can assure you, you can make the difference even in the community, whether you are a female or you're a male. But for female, why I'm emphasizing the word time is because a lot of time people look at us that we have a lot to do, which is the truth. We have a lot to do. But then the management of your time and investing that time productively to yourself makes you very relevant being in IT. And so that's one key thing that I normally take with me.
Thank you so much. Could you ask the question again?
The question is, what is the one thing that has helped you through your career so this thing got true?
Okay, because I wanted to answer I wanted to remember the question so that I'm not influenced by her answer. I would say the one thing for me would be intentionality. Maybe in 20 to audacity at this point. But I think that it's something that is very important because being intentional or being audacious, well, if you take that and transcend that into like different parts of your life, it shows. So you can say that you want to be intentional about balance in your life, and then you take the steps that make it easy for you to have that balance. You might say you want to be intentional about getting a particular certification, then you go do the thing for you to get that certification without waiting on or waiting for anybody. You might say that you want to be intentional about um maybe like you are working, and then you want to be intentional about your work and your deliverables and work towards getting your first promotion after like a year of working wherever you're working. Being intentional and knowing that you have to put in the work in different areas of your life to make that happen is what sets you apart from the next person. Basically, being intentional about what you want to do, having those dreams, having those plans, and following through with every single thing you do is basically what got me to what I am doing. Because I mean, at the end of the day, we're all human beings and we all have like fancy dreams. But you can be dreaming on your bed and be saying, I had a dream that I was swimming in money. And then you will wake up, and if you don't do anything about it, it's going to keep being a dream for the rest of your life. So, what's important is that when you have those dreams, back it up with action in any single thing you are doing in your life. Make sure there's always that intentionality.
Okay. Thank you. Thanks, Yinka. I actually love the response from Jumoke and Adora. You guys stole words from my mouth. So, for me, I would say one thing that has helped me and then brought me this far, right, in my career and in life in general, would be the ability to prioritize, right? So, as human beings, of course, there are so many things that you want to do. There are so many things you would love to achieve. We all like to dream big, and then we all like to, probably you're on one path and then you see or you meet someone who is also doing something else that catches your interest and all of that. And, you just want to do so many things at the same time, right? Even at the place of work, you can have so many tasks being assigned to you and all of that. But then you should be able to prioritize which is most important and then take it from there, right? um Along my career path, I've found myself in various positions, support agents, deployment, customer success, technical account management. And then for me personally, also having to balance all of that with cake making, that's entrepreneurship, right? So because it's not just cake making in my house, I'm actually doing it for baking for people's events and all of that, and getting to balance that with my career, right? So it's my ability to really prioritize, get to know which is the most important. How can I do all of this, stay relevant, and still continue to make a positive impact in basically wherever I find myself, right? And you said one thing. Let me just add one other thing. Also, the ability to network. I am ordinarily, or should I say, originally, I'm an introvert. I remember when I finished school, I always found it hard to, mingle with people. I started my internship position, and then my colleagues would basically be like, you've been seated here for a number of hours. You're chatting with us and all of that, but you're not talking, right? So I had to learn to, communicate with people, and sometimes I'll be thrown under the bus. Your line manager just says, you need to go and have this training and all of that. But all of that experience helped to build me to who I am today, right? And then, being open to continue to learn, right? Continue to learn from different people in different areas and all of that. and just finding that which is relevant and, putting it into practice. Thank you.
Thank you so much. The way I would summarize what all of them have said is that, so I feel like the starting point is that you need to be intentional about what you want to achieve with your life. And after being intentional, it's not just saying, oh, okay, I want to travel the world, and you start dreaming of traveling the world. You will now put a plan into how you're going to achieve that dream. And putting a plan into it means planning your time, knowing how long in a day you want to spend on Instagram, on TikTok, on Snapchat, on Microsoft Learn, on Data Camp, on Udemy, how long you're going to spend cooking or eating or hanging out with your friends and all of that. And after you've done all of that, you now have to find a balance between all of the things that you have to do. Okay, which one is a priority? Which one can wait till next week? Which one can wait till next year? Okay, I want to learn how to drive, but I don't have a car now. Why not do this my data camp course first? Next year, when I start having money to buy a car, then I'll learn how to drive. So it's putting all of that together and finding a balance in your career. Now, yesterday, I was having a discussion with my colleague around women representation, women in tech, and all of that, because I kept arguing that I think that women are marginalized. I think that all of that. And she said no, that she thinks that women are not putting in enough effort, that women just want to sell hair on Instagram. So I was like, no, that's not true. That the only way we can know is to look at the application data. Maybe either they are applying for jobs or they are applying for funding or they are applying for that. If you look at the application data, yeah, you may not see 50% women, or you will see, say, 30 or 40%. But by the time you look at the people that were successful, you see 2% women. So does it mean that the women were so dumb? I thought that I don't agree that women are not doing enough. That I think that there are systems that are stopping women. And I want to direct this question to Jumoke, because I know that you are on a lot of communities. Some, the one we had together that is for women. There are some others that are mixed. I think Dynamic 365 group. So you're in a lot of these communities. So you have seen what young people's attitude is to learning, to building a career. Do you agree that women are not doing enough? And I want you to tell us the truth, because there are a lot of women here, and let's know, are we not doing enough?
Okay, so you said I should say the truth, right? And then I like to be honest, because I want to go to heaven. If you want to go to heaven, also try to be honest. So first of all, what I'll say is this: we're doing, but there's still more to do. That's being honest. There is a platform, but the truth about it is that we are not moving at the speed which I think, in my own opinion, we're supposed to be moving as women in IT, because the gap is actually very huge. And I think there is a lot of factors that plays into this, but one of the thing I can highlight to be the very first one is I think it has to do with us first, with the individual, with the women. We need to change our mindsets that being a female is just a gender. It has nothing to do with your skill set. If you have that in at the back of your mind, then there is no thing that should deter you to move forward. I'll say this because I did I studied electrical in Yaba-Tech quite all right, but then we're only 3 women in the class of 115, and I happen to be the only woman that graduated. So is a lot, because at the end of the day you find that everybody just drop off. And so being the only woman still in the class, I faced a lot of challenges, I will tell you the truth. And I think those challenges start even from when you're in school, when you want to go into these STEM courses, or any of these courses, because you feel so the pushback force from maybe the male counterpart, what are you doing here? Is there? And then I used to tell myself, if you can do it, and I think I can do it better. I mean, right from when I've been little, I used to tell myself that um, I have a lot of things. I want to become a medical doctor. That was my first plan. But you know the way JAM used to do us now. So I ended up, when they gave me microbiology, I said, for what? I beg. So I decided to go to Yaba Tech instead, and I didn't regret it going to for electrical anyway. So I mean, where I'm going is that you have to change your mindset first as a female that find yourself in any form of STEM kind of thing, in terms of your career course. Don't limit yourself. And I think you having that confidence in yourself, that you have that inherent skills that God has given you, and you can achieve whatever you put your mind into as a female, will make you go higher in your career. So that's one of the things I've seen. But a lot of times, it starts up with, maybe even when we finally finish the school, we decided that, okay, we want to get into the family way. After we've got into the family way, what you started with, you cannot even pursue it. And when you've got into the family, maybe you are even still trying to do it. The next thing is that when you start giving birth, it becomes an issue. And so it still goes back to the first question. You have to be very intentional about what you're doing. So yes, the gap is there. That's the truth. Are we doing? Are we trying? Yes, but we are not doing enough. So I want to challenge every female in this room to say that I'm going to take up that course, not just that I just passed through university and finished and I did electrical, I did computer science, I did all of that. And by the time it is time for work, you start going to look for probably maybe a secretary, a reception. Don't get me wrong. I'm not saying you can't start off with that way. I mean, I'm not saying you can't do that, but make sure you do not lose your focus, or you don't lose your dream, which is in the first place why you decided to even try to do that computer science, why you decided to do that IT related course in the first place. So that will keep you going, even with all of the obstacles in the industry. Yes, we face a lot, that's the truth. But then that should not deter you. What I normally tell people is that when people tell me that, oh, it is the way my bosses treat me, that's why I left IT. And I tell them, I said, no. I mean, your boss cannot make that decision for you, because you have a reason why you joined IT in the first place. So I would think you should be there. But if you feel victimized, or that, tell yourself, is the feedback I'm getting constructive? And be truthful that it's constructive, and then work on it and make yourself better. So the truth, a lot for us to do, and then I am hoping that all of us female in this room will take this clue and make sure that when you finish or you are in work already, don't lose focus. Just continue that course or that career in IT. Thank you.
Okay, I want to answer this question as well, and I will start by asking the audience a bunch of questions. Because if you're a lady here, can you put up your hand? Okay, so there are a bunch of women here. Very good. If you are a lady that knows what you carry here, can you put up your hand? That feels like you are smart, that knows that you are talented. I'm not looking, if you have low self-esteem, please put down your hand. I'm not talking to you. People that are serious, can you put up your hand? I want to see those hands. Okay. If you watched the Flutterwave 3.0 announcement yesterday, please can you put up your hand as well? Only 3 people. Okay, so this is an assignment from me to you, maybe when you live here. There's a woman, her name is Toby. I don't want to try and pronounce her surname right now, I might not get it. But I think Olutoki or something. Otokiti, thank you very much, God bless you. Toby Otokiti, she's a PM of Flutterwave. And when they were making all their different Flutterwave announcements yesterday, startups, this one, finance as a service, blah, 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 she announced the beta upgrades. And she was heavily pregnant. She was heavily pregnant. I know that on Valentine's Day, because I follow her on Instagram, right? I know that on Valentine's Day, she finally posted her pregnancy shoot, which I think maybe it was after she gave birth finally, right? So maybe she's just like, okay, Valentine's Day, this is a Valentine's present from God to me, blah, blah, blah. But I already saw, like, early this week, Monday, I think Valentine's Day was Monday. I already saw Monday this week that she was pregnant, and I did not even know. And this is somebody that was already on maternity leave, and we did not even notice why she wasn't sulking. Another thing, even when she was still heavily pregnant, I mean, there's the whole remote thing right now. So even when everyone was going, because I mean, GB tweeted it yesterday, even when everybody was going to go do their different shoots for the different part of the announcement, everybody flew to her because she didn't want to, like, be flying up and down and stuff like that. There's a question that Yinka asked at the beginning, and I've come to learn that life isn't necessarily black or white. So I wouldn't answer you and say, yes, women are marginalized. I wouldn't also answer you and say, yes, a lot of girls on Instagram just want to sell hair. Because the truth is, both actually exist. Let's be honest, and women being marginalized is a power dynamic thing, not really a gender thing. And it's something I want people to really understand. Because of the way the world is, patriarchy in the society, people have carried it as their mantra and crown on their forehead, and it's everywhere. And it even shows in how people tweet or say some certain things on internet and just be like, I don't understand, is this person normal? So because of that, it seems as though there's this power thing where the men supposedly, because me, I would never accept it. I'm sorry. The men supposedly have all the power, and then the women are gunning for that power. So there's that power dynamic. So it would look like, and I don't want to explicitly say women are marginalized and just say it like that and make it a gender thing, because I've seen cases where even in offices where there are some female leaders that are in power, they are oppressing the men. So the marginalization, the thing is not really about the gender, right? But it's more about power. So yes, women are marginalized, but people are still selling things on Instagram, and that's just all they want to do. You see girls tell you that, see, and sometimes I talk like that because I mean, I didn't come to this world to suffer. But you see people telling you something like, I didn't come to this world to suffer, please, I just came here to enjoy. My name is Oriaku, all of you should leave me alone. I want to eat everybody's money. People say this. Me, to be honest, I say it too. But the thing is, when I'm done saying it, I still go and make my own. So I will make my money, eat my money, and eat your own. All of us will be happy. But there's some people that just only want to eat your money, and we see it every day. So it is true. What makes you different, or what sets you apart from those people, like she said, is putting in that work at the end of the day. And I don't know where I read this or where I heard it, and I really don't know if it's true. But I heard that, and please, if anyone is actually sure here, they can meet me after and tell me. I heard that women are able to multitask because we're able to use both sides of our brains simultaneously. But with men, they're only able to use one side at each time. Right? I don't know how true that is. I don't remember where I saw it, but it's something that I know that I've seen in the past. And that's why at the beginning I was asking how many girls actually know what they carry here. So don't let anybody make you feel less of what you are, because there's something inside. And it pains me so much that lots of people don't actually understand or know what they carry. When I was studying, because I went to Unilag, it's weird being here, because I mean, the last time I was in this room was my convocation actually in 2018. I went to Unilag, right? And I studied computer science. And there were, let's say if they were like, it was not as bad as yours. Let's say if there were like 80 students, there were like 12 girls, and then the rest were guys. And out of those 12 girls, I was actually the only girl that studied computer science because I wanted to code. The rest just assumed, oh, computer science sounds like Microsoft Word. That's what they'll be teaching us. It seems easy. Let's go and do it. I'm not joking. And you see them complaining every single time. This thing is hard. I can't do this thing. I'm so tired. I want to drop out. Many didn't drop out. We all graduated. But right now, since we graduated, I think only 2 of us are writing code. 2 are PMs. everybody, no shade, everybody is either selling hair or food on Instagram with a computer science degree. And I'm not saying that it's a bad thing to do that. If at the end of the day, that is where you want to focus on and that's where you build your life and it makes sense, go for it. Not everybody is going to be in STEM. Not everybody is going to do tech. Some people that studied law today are in the media industry and that's totally fine. But my own is, don't let that whole thought of being marginalized make you suppress yourself when nobody is even suppressing you. Just wanted to add that.
Thank you so much. Like you guys have said a lot. And you see, I always like it when people say, as a woman, you can do anything you want to do. And I don't like to talk about myself too much, but I have to tell you, when I studied chemical engineering in university, and when I finished school, of course, when we studied chemical engineering, we all hoped that we were going to work in Shell and Total and all those fantastic oil companies. So, of course, I was living in Ocean State then, in Elisha, and we're looking for a job, of course. I finished NYSC, we're looking for a job. Eventually, I got a job at an oil service company. And every time I went there, or when I resumed there, people always, even people in the company, they just always assumed that I knew somebody or that somebody helped me to get the job. And when they ask me, who brought you? I'm like, I applied online and then we did a test and we did an interview and then I'm here. Like I remember that I had to take a night bus from Lagos to Port Harcourt when I went for the interview. That was because I was gunning for something. In fact, I was a broker. I borrowed transport money from my brother to go for the interview. And then I got the job and then I had money. But I just always feel like, yeah, I was a field engineer on that job. In my department, in the department where I was, all the people we met in the department were men. In my set, then I employed 3 ladies. They said they wanted to have ladies. And then we started hearing gist that, oh, they don't want us to be going to the field, that we'll just go to the field small and then we'll be staying in the office. And I'm like, why? I'm a field engineer. I'm supposed to be going to the field. Somehow what happened was that whenever there was an opportunity to go to the field, and like she said, there were people that started saying, oh, let them post me to admin. Oh, let them post me to. And again, it's fine if it is what you want, but don't let it get into your head that you cannot do it. So when I was there, whenever there was an opportunity to go to the field and they say, who wants to come, I'm like, yeah, I want to go. And it almost landed me, well, not like in trouble, but there was a time they asked me to come go someplace offshore. And then I said I was fine to go. And then they sent my name. And when we got to, so the way offshore vessels are, there are different types. There are some that just have like general accommodation, 10 people in a room. There are some that have maybe one small room that the captain or some important person can stay. In short, that vessel did not have provision for private accommodation. So when I got there, and they were like, oh, your name is Olanyika now. We thought you were a man. Oh, okay. Okay, you have to stay in this room with 10 men. So, but I was like, okay, yeah, is there a private bathroom? Yes. Is there? Okay, fantastic. I worked on that vessel for like 2 or 3 weeks. And I was fine. Yeah, I had to always do all my business in the bathroom and what have you. And it didn't discourage me. The next time when they say who wants to go to field, I'll say, yes, I want to go. Because I got the job done, I got the experience, and everybody was always like, oh, you're doing so well. And it brings me again back to you can do whatsoever you want to set your mind to do. Now, I was doing that work. I did that job for some time, and then I left there, and then I took up another job in banking. And my friend was like, Nika, field engineering, banking, how, why? And in 1 year, I was doing fantastic again in that job. And I'm like, see, you can do anything that you set your mind to do. The fact that you're a woman doesn't have to mean you have to do this kind of job or this other kind of job. Whatever thing that you think you want to do, put your mind to it, get the knowledge you need to get, and you will do just fine. And if it is this other thing that you want to do, you want to be an entrepreneur, you want to run a business, My sister's an entrepreneur. She runs like 4 different chains of businesses and she's doing very well. But the reason you're going to this other side, let it not be because you think you cannot do this other thing because it is meant for men. So that's just the encouragement that we're trying to put out today. The other question I want to ask, I think I'll put this at Joanne. So now we've been talking about whether women are doing enough, whether all of that. So there was a report from Statista that said that in 2020, there were only there were like less than 40% women, sorry, employed by the FAANG companies. Not the FAANG companies, Facebook, Amazon, Google, and the likes. So, and see, I'm usually very particular about don't just employ women as a diversity quota. Like, don't say, oh, we reserve this. I don't like it when they say we reserve these 30 slots for women. Because if you employ me in that slot, I feel like when I come, people are going to feel like, it's not that you're smart now. It's just because, yes, they had to employ 30 women. That's why they employed you. I feel like there are better ways to get women into these technology careers. So I will take that question to Joanne. What do you think that organizations or even maybe companies or governments can do to sort of create that enabling environment for women and not just make it look like you're using those women to fill a diversity quota?
Hello. Okay. Here. Okay. So thanks for the question, Inka. Okay. So I get where you're coming from with regards to organizations saying, oh, we've reserved this certain like a percentage, right, for women and all of that in order to encourage diversity and everything. And when I've actually found myself in that position before, right? But what that meant was that I had to work, should I say, 2 times better than my male colleagues, right? Yeah, exactly. So I wouldn't say I actually appreciate the fact that companies create that opportunity, right? Because yet again, it's also a way of encouraging women, right? Because like we've already said so far, a lot of ladies feel discouraged. They feel that they cannot do as well as their male counterparts. So I would say it's not just on the path of the organization, right? The organization is for them to even think of that, for them to think towards that. It's should I say it's a welcome development, but then we can all do better, right? So if an organization is saying, okay, we are creating more space to accommodate women and all of that, then I think they can also back it up with like empowerment programs, right? So programs not just for their staff, but also for, it can be something targeted at the community and all of that to encourage, women in STEM. Because then you are building their confidence, right? Like a program like this, having this sort of, panel conversation, like, for example, the community I belong to, the textilers and what have you. I even have a personal relationship with some women who will tell you that, they don't have a tech background and all of that. But then from the textilers, I've actually introduced a lot of women. Okay, please register or enroll to be a part of the textilers community. It's a community that encourages women in technology, right? And then we have these inspirational sessions that people get to join, and then you get to hear, should I say, life stories from accomplished women in the tech industry. And the feedback from ladies who do not have background in tech is always like, I never knew I could do so much more. I'm hearing this person talking, and then I feel like that lady is saying my story, right? I was always scared that, the lady is like, I'm always scared that I can't get it right. What if they're telling me I have to learn this, or I have to learn to code, or I have to learn to design? I studied mass communication. How can I fit into that space, right? But then being a part of the inspirational session and then getting to hear about accomplished women who probably didn't even have the background in tech, but then they found their way and they are actually successful. It encourages them to know that they can do a lot more, right? So having sessions like that, outreach sessions, encouraging women to do more, right? To actually be a part of the STEM community and all of that. And then also putting it out there too that the fact that you are in tech doesn't mean that everyone needs to learn how to code, right? There are various areas in tech. We're talking about Power Platform. Using the Power Apps, Power BI, and what have you, you don't necessarily need to have a background in coding, right, for you to be successful at that. I studied computer science, and funny enough, I recently just completed my MIT program here in Unilag. And I am not so much of a programmer. I passed the courses. In fact, I can even get an A or a B, but I know it's not really something that I'm passionate about, right? But then I also knew that I wanted to have a career in tech. And what kept that fire burning in me was the fact that, I attended programs like this back then in school and even after school, right? Attended programs where, I got to learn about the various areas in tech. You could do project management, you could do, write courses on ITIL and actually manage a team of programmers and all of that, be a product designer and all of that. So having to be a part of programs and sessions like that helped to build my confidence and helped me to put myself out there, right? And so therefore, when an organization puts out an application and, it's not obvious that, oh, okay, these people have like a reserved space for women, I don't feel scared to apply because I'm like, I can do this, right? And that's based on the confidence I've built from programs that I have attended. So organizations can encourage people that way, organizations can encourage people that way, communities can encourage women that way, and then we can do better. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I'll just take a quick cue from something that she had said to give one quick tip to every one of us. Women and men alike, actually, find a community. If you can find 2, 3, join a community. And in the context of women that we're talking about, what being in a community does for you is the first thing, it helps you to see women that are doing so well. And it sort of inspires you to say, if this woman can do this, then I can do it. Like, look at the example of Tobi Otokiti doing a production heavily pregnant. Myself, I'm inspired by that because, I've had worries around maybe when I start having children, I'll struggle and all, but it just encourages you. So you see this woman, it encourages you, and this woman can also help you. They can mentor you, they can sponsor you, they can do a lot of things for you. So being in those communities, and it also helps you to build your confidence. Because by the time you're in the community and you're also sharing knowledge with people, it makes you to see that, oh, I'm not that bad though. Me too, I'm smart though, and things like that. It just helps you to put those things in order. One final question I will just ask. My time is up, I know. One last question I want Jumoke to answer is just, can you give us a practical, I'm asking you because you're married, you have a company of your own, you belong to a lot of these communities. So, and in the first answer you gave was also about time. So I want us to give us like one practical skill that can help us to manage our time properly, or like just something very practical.
Hello. All right. Thank you, Olayinka. All right. So to your question, how do you manage your time? I think I'll answer that. Going back to the very first thing all of us said, and then um, priority. First thing first, draw up your goals, draw up your plan. If you do not have a plan, Someone says that I think there's a saying that if you fail to plan, you plan to fail, right? So draw up your plans, and when you draw up your plans, and then I'll take this same word, be intentional about your plans that you've drawn up. Draw it up in such a way that you itemize, you are intentional, you are deliberate, and you're committed. That's the word I think I want to use. You're committed to it. Don't just draw it up. I mean, I, for one of the things I used to do, make sure that in a quarter, I write an exam. No matter how, I make sure in one quarter. So at the end of every year, I think I have three sets, at least. I'm not saying because I do much more than that. So it doesn't matter that right now you're in school or you're doing or you're in school, working. Make sure that you have a plan and you're committed to following that plan. In that way, you mark, you go back and review that, okay, this is the plan. What is my progress? Where are my wins? Celebrate it, even though they may be little. And then you find out that you get to that very stage you want to get to. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much to our panelists. Thank you so much for bearing your mind and being sincere in your answers. Before we go, I will just give opportunity to one person, one woman, one lady who has a question for our panelists. Our time is fast spent, so I'll just take one question. You can raise up your hand if you have a question that you want to ask any of the panelists. Anybody? Better for me if you don't have.
Good afternoon, everyone. I must say, I'm very fortunate to be here today. Thanks to every one of you. I want to ask, how do you juggle a very tedious job with family and you have exams to write? I must say, this year you said set your goals. I will say to myself, yes, I did that. But when you wake up early in the morning, you have to plan for your children and you get to work. You said that, oh, these are my to-do list. And they're like crazy. Before you say Jack Robinson is already 5 and you leave in work like 8:39 and you get home like 10. And I say, I open my book. I want to read. And your son is saying, mommy, you've not even... How do you juggle it? Because, yes, those things creep in and chop into your time. And you have your husband who has to demand for his own right too. So do you have someone that checkmates you? Like, it's a good one. I was really wild when you say you write exam every quarter. Yes, I want to be there. And I believe maybe you can share with us that I really want to aspire to become somebody great in life. Thank you.
All right. I guess it's the same thing that I've said. Yes, and I want to tell you something. One of the things that I like to tell people is that God started with work. So God was a worker. If only you had that idea. I mean, he worked. So he's not someone that, he taught us that principle not to be lazy. That's one thing. So he started with work, and then he was able to prioritize. He didn't just create everything in a day, if you notice. So that's one thing. Having to have all of those things, there is time for everything. If you're a mother, I'll tell you, put them on some assignments, put them on some work where you can have space, and then all of that. So it's all about the timing and how you prioritize and how you give time to everything. There is a lot to do. Sometimes maybe for me, I like to read. Sometimes I think one of the people in the community was asking me once, do you ever sleep? Because it is in the middle of the night I do my work most times. Yeah, I like to do that. And then Once it is 4 o'clock in the morning, I think right from while I was in school, I sleep maybe then very early, maybe around 10. But once it is 4 o'clock, that 2 hours before I start preparing to go to work, I have something to read just to get myself ready. Or it might even be, and nowadays, you can even play it while you're working, while you can learn while you're working. You can play those things. Even if it is a Word document, if it is article, just let it continue to play. You just find out that something is dropping in you. Something is dropping in you. And then you get informed. Now you can take notes and then want to now go and research more. That okay, it's that thing. I mean, that's part of my to-do. I want to go and research more on that. But little drop, like they said, make the ocean. Immediately you start dropping and you start keeping it, you can now go research and do something on it. And to the exam, please be deliberate about it. Just tell yourself whether it's an hour a day, you want to do what you want to dedicate yourself to. Say maybe you want to read that topic, you want to review that topic. You have 3 months in a quarter. At the end of the day, you find out that you will be ready. That's all. But don't just make the plan and leave it like that. Just be committed to it. That's my answer.
Yeah, you can add to it.
Unfortunately, I'm not married, but I kind of still want to answer your question because I have lived your life in multiple phases of my life. When I was in uni, I had 2 jobs. I was running a shoe business and I still graduated with the first class. Now that I am a person that has a career, I have like 5 jobs at this point. I have like multiple jobs. I moonlight as a DJ. I still have a business and I'm still able to like carry on my life. And apart from everything that she has said that I agree with in, planning and prioritizing, another thing I want to say is you should learn to delegate. It's not everything that you do by yourself, and that is okay. If there's a particular thing that has to be done and doesn't require your specific skill set, it's okay to give somebody else that thing to do so that you free up some more time for yourself that you can use to do more important things. And also, as a woman, you have the ability to multitask. You are not, I'm not saying men are cursed, but you don't have the curse of focus. Do you get what I mean? Where you can only do one thing at a certain time. David, you'll be all right. As a woman, you have the ability to multitask. So tap into that. Like she said, in the morning when you're making breakfast for your kids, if there's an exam that you're studying for, there's no reason why you can't be listening to an audiobook while you're doing that. I wrote a book late last year. And what I found out is that sometimes I'm tired when I'm done with work. I'm not able to write per se. But then I do these things where maybe right before I take a shower or something, while I am supposedly maybe folding clothes or doing something else, my voice recorder is on and everything I would have ordinarily written down that evening, I'm saying. And then maybe in few days on Saturday, when I have less work to do and my head is clear, I can listen and turn those words into a chapter. So just find a way to make those things work for you, really. Just wanted to add that.
Okay, 30 seconds, please.
Don't worry, it won't be long. And I just want to say, don't be scared to ask for help. You can't do everything by yourself. That's actually the honest truth, especially when you have kids. I have a son, he will soon be 2 years old. I had him while I was running my MIT program. I was working, I was baking, I was newly married and all of that. So there was a lot that I had to handle at that period. But then I'm happy that I also had my family. Not everyone has, family that they can rely on. But if it's possible for you to get help, get help. Because at least it helps you, grow into that, achieve what you want to achieve, right? And then can carry on from there.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much to our panelists. Thank you. Thank you very much. Can we keep jamming our hands? Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Okay, time to give me 1 second. Okay, so now we're going to be doing so many things now. Now we're leaving this stage now. We're going to breakout session, lunch, you get your water, lunch, and so many things. But let me explain what will happen in the next till 2:30. Let me explain what will happen from now till 2:30. At the back there where you have that projector, that is Power BI beginner class. Here is Power Apps beginner class. There is Power Automate beginner class. You know that David Brown has explained it now. I don't need to do anything again. Here is Power Automate advanced class. Now, Power BI beginner, Power Apps beginner, Power Automate beginner, Power Automate advanced. Now, if you enter, you see exit. There is a room inside. So this exit here, upstairs here, that one boy is entering now, that is Power BI advanced. Then inside here, that is Power Apps advanced. Do we get it now? Let me say it again. Power BI beginner, Power Apps beginner, Power Automate what? Beginner, Power Automate what? Advanced. Inside there is what? Power Apps advanced, and inside there is what? Good. Now, when we've done that, your trainers are already going up. Now, when you see them there, you're going to have your class there. Now, after that, then we'll come back. When you come back, First Bank and AXA Nigeria wants to talk about how they use Power Platform inside their company. You know that sometimes we don't even have the real experience how they use it. So when we see their big bosses come and say, this is how our team builds stuff using what? Power Platform. That is it. Then within those time, we'll now start knowing the way we are going to share the food to come and meet everybody. Do we get that now? Because they said we can't eat inside the hall, so we have to find a way to make sure that you guys get food and get water. But we are still brainstorming on that. Just give us a few minutes, we'll do that. But for now, just try to go to your what? Your class and meet your trainer. Thank you very much. And please, you can tweet about it and show so many things on Twitter and LinkedIn. Thank you very much. CV, make sure you submit your CV. We are looking for 5 Power Platform interns. If you don't submit your CV, the HR people can't see. I need 5 Power Platform interns. Don't come and meet me personally. I don't care. Don't come and meet me. Submit your CV. Okay. All right, just a quick information, please. Listen carefully. Listen carefully. We are arranging for food. I know some people are hungry. I'm using my last energy to say this now because I'm also hungry. Listen carefully. We will make food distribution shortly, so they are aware. We will call on you in the next 10 to 15 minutes. We will explain how to get the food. Everything is arranged. So please don't go too far from this venue. Your tag is very important because with your tag, it gives you access to your food. Without this tag, you don't have access to food. So please listen carefully. Very soon, next 10 to 15 minutes, food will be ready and we will distribute accordingly. Thank you. Okay. Now, our chef
Ashem Nigeria. Ashem is Madam Towiola Olajumoke. She just told me now that Ashem Nigeria is starting in March their internship program. So I'm going to be tweeting about it, and I'm going to be sending a link for people to apply for their internship program. I'm going to send that also. If you want to go upstairs, go through this middle, climb up for those. What is the difference between beginner? Beginner is if you are still shaky when you are understanding different concepts, please go to beginner. Advanced is advanced, as it's called. If you are 1 year, 2 years, you are still a beginner. I should not lie, except you have been running so many consulting projects. But if you have run so many consulting projects, then advanced, straight up. Thank you very much.
Osisi akapiwa mitemo ine kuti tishandise Yesu vanhu vatorongera mitemo ine zana.
Power BI beginner there. That is why the crowd is always there. Power BI beginner there. Power Apps beginner there. Power Automate beginner there. Power Automate Advanced there. Power Apps Advanced inside there. Power BI Advanced inside there.
Ndati pamucharo ngapo zvamakaronga vabe mukana wekuronga nekurongora. Ndati pamucharo ngapo zvamunoronga vape mukana wekuronga nekurongondora.
0 to hero in Power BI. That's the title of this session. And as you can see, that's the Power BI logo you have there. So my name is Ovie Promise. I work as Director of CTX Solutions. CTX Solutions is a business intelligence company here in Lagos, Nigeria. And our website is www.ctxsolution.com. You can connect to me on LinkedIn. And that's my LinkedIn profile over there, linkedin.com/in/Ovie. That's my LinkedIn profile. So let's just go straight to the business of the day. Power BI introduction. Power BI introduction. Now, when you hear Power BI, I want you to think of two things. When you hear Power BI, I want you to think of what? Two things. Now, the first is the Power BI desktop. Power BI desktop. The second is what we call the Power BI service. Power BI service. As you can see on the screen, we have the Power BI desktop. The Power BI desktop is also used as BI analyst to collect, analyze, and visualize data. While the Power BI service is a cloud service. The Power BI service is a cloud service where you can publish the data that you have analyzed to the powerbi.com. So how do you get to the Power BI service? You just go to powerbi.com and you can have access to the Power BI service. But for the Power BI desktop, you have to download the tool. Does that make sense to you? Does it make sense? Good. So the tool that we're going to use for this class is the Power BI desktop. The Power BI desktop. Now, how do we think of Power BI? Think of Power BI as think of Power BI as a machine. Think of Power BI as a machine that needs its fuel. You know, every machine needs fuel to run, not so. Every car, automobile needs fuel to run. Now, what is that fuel that Power BI needs to run? A very simple answer is data. What did I say? The answer is what? Data. So every Power BI service needs data to run. Data is the fuel of Power BI. So if we are not working with data, we are not working with anything in Power BI. So data is what we need to work in Power BI. Now, how to get data in Microsoft Power BI? There are different data sources that we can connect to in Microsoft Power BI. I'll be showing us some of those sources. So if you have Power BI installed on your system, I will just open the app for you to see. So when you open Power BI for the first time, this is what you have. You can see there is this part that says Get Data, recent sources, data you connected to initially. This is one I recently did, Time Intelligence Calculation on Power BI. And then if you have other reports, you can open other reports on Power BI. So this is the Power BI screen when you just launch Power BI for the first time. So how do we get data in Power BI? That's the first thing, because we said data is what we need in order to be able to work with Power BI. So if you don't have data, what are you doing in Power BI? The answer is nothing. So you need data to work in Power BI. Class, is it clear? Yes. So how do we get data? That's the first question you want to ask. How do we get data? Now, I can either click on this Get Data icon here, and it will display a list of data sources that we can connect to in Power BI. As you can see, all is highlighted here. We can connect to Excel workbook. We can connect to text file, a CSV file, XML, JSON, what have you, and so many data sources that we can connect to. We can also connect to a file in Power BI. We can connect to a database. We can also connect to other Power Platform data sets. We can connect to Azure. We can connect to online services and other data sources. But because this is a beginner's class, our focus is going to be on Excel. Our focus is going to be on what? Excel. So we're going to learn how to connect Excel from Power BI. How do we connect Excel? How do we get data from Excel to Power BI? Now, I will just decide to cancel this particular screen that you can see. And then if I don't want to launch from, okay, let me cancel this thing again so you can see what I'm trying to say. I will launch Power BI again. launch Power BI. Let me just do this. So I can just launch the application Power BI. Then I wait for it to load. Wait for Power BI to load. Okay, so this is the first screen we have when you just load Power BI. But if I don't want to click on this get data, right, I can cancel out this particular screen and then go to the report canvas. Now what you see here is where you build your reports. Do you understand? Where you build your visualization. But I can decide to say, okay, I want to get data from okay, I hope you can see this now. Can you see this get data button? So I can click on the get data button and I can connect to Excel, right? Or I can just click on Excel workbook and it takes me to any Excel file that I have on my system. So what I will just basically do is to say get data, Excel workbook. Now what this does is to locate any Excel sheets I have on my machine or on my device. So I'm going to load this first data now to Power BI. So what you just have to do is click on the data and then click open. Good. So this is what you have. You have this Adventure Works database. It's an Excel file, but what you have here is tables and sheets. And as you can see, the tables are quite different from the sheet. You can see the icon. So these are tables. This is a table. This is another table. This is another table. This is sales table. This is territory tables, while these are sheets. Is that clear? Now, if you click on each table, it gives you a preview of that particular table. So if I want to view the calendar table and I click on calendar table, it gives me a preview of the calendar table. If I want to see the customers table, it gives me a preview of the customers table, right? If I want to see the product table, it gives me a preview of the product table, and so on and so forth. But in Microsoft Power BI, what we now have to do is to connect to tables. Now, the reason why we connect to tables and not sheets first is because sheets are usually clumsy. They are usually empty rows in sheets. So it's always advisable that you connect or you load your tables in Power BI. Is that clear? Is that clear, class? Okay, please, I just want to load all these tables in my Power BI. And as you can see, okay, let me make this. Okay, can you see this now? There is a load button. So once I load this data, it takes me directly to Power BI, right? Once I click on transform this data, I can decide to do a bit of data cleaning by clicking on transform. And then once I cancel, I immediately leave this particular screen. But what I know is I don't have any issue with this data, so I'll just click on load data, and then it loads the data directly to Power BI. So let's just wait for it to load. Alright, I'm still waiting for the data to load. Okay, beautiful. So once you click now in Power BI, we have three basic view. There is the report view. This okay, you can't see this now. Okay, so this is your report view. This icon is the report view. As you can see, it's labeled reports. So if I click this, That is where I build my reports in Power BI, right? But if I click on the other view, this is called the data view. So this is where we have access to all our data. And if you click on this other view, it is model, right? Where you build your data models. But there's something I want to show us here. If you click on the data view, right, you will see that the fields or the tables I have, when I loaded this report, are on the right side of this particular view. I have the calendar table, I have the customer table, I have the products table, I have the sales table, and then the territories table. Let's leave Power BI for a while and go back to the slides. So we can see that we've been able to gone through this stage of how to get data in Microsoft Power BI. So if you are asked to get data in Microsoft Power BI, you should be able to do that. Not so. You load Power BI for the first time, you can see there's a pop-up screen that says get data, right? And then you can access different or multiple data sources. Or you can decide to cancel out the screen, load Power BI. You can see on the page, there is where you can click on get data. You can access multiple data sources, or you just click on any of the data sources that needs to be accessed. So the next one I want us to discuss is Power Query in Microsoft Power BI. Now, what is Power Query? Or what is the usefulness of Power Query? Now, most times, the data that we work with are usually messy data, unclean data. Now, Power Query helps us to clean this particular data. Now, think of Power Query as the kitchen of Power BI. Every one of us have kitchen in our houses, not so. And then in every kitchen, you have tools. You have the knife, you have the fork, you have the spoon, you have different tools, you have the blender, right? So think of Power Query as the kitchen of Power BI. Now, what do we do in Power Query? Power Query helps us to clean our data. To help us to clean the data, remove the columns that we don't need, remove values that are no values, and do a bit of transformation in Power Query. So I'll just show us how the Power Query looks like before we proceed. So I'll go back to Power BI again, right? Go back to Power BI. And this time I want to get data. I just want to illustrate Power Query to us. So I'll look for an Excel file. I'll look for a messy data in my device. Okay, this one, budget table, and I click open. I'll wait for it to load. I'll also open this file in Excel to help you see why I say this data is a messy data. So let's just load it in Power BI first and see. So I can see that I have the sheet here. If I click, this is the sheet, but here you have the table. But I just want to load the budget table. So I just click on. Now in this case, I don't want to load the data directly to Power BI. I want to do transformation, right? Because I said I want to load a messy data, an unclean data. So what I want to do now is to do Power Query. And how do we go about that? How do we go about that? Let me just quickly. Okay, so I want to transform this data. So to see this complete data, I have to just scroll down and I see all the columns and rows of this particular table. So what I want to do now is to transform this data. Okay, just in case you can't see it, let me. So I want to click on transform. Remember I said Power Query helps us to clean data, it helps us to transform this data to a clean data. So once I click on transform data, it takes me to the Power Query pane. It takes me to the Power Query pane, the kitchen of Power BI. So this is the Power Query pane. But before we do some cleaning, I want to show you this data in Excel. So what I'll just have to do, I'll go back to my file, and then I'll load the data in Excel. Okay, so this is what I'm talking about. Like I said, this is a messy data. Now, why do I say it's a messy data? Now, to humans, this is a very good data. Now, why do I say it's a very good data? Because it is readable, right? And as humans, it's easy for us to navigate, to look at, okay, the categories, the subcategories, the product name. We can see what was sold in January 2016, February 2016, and then we can just see all of that, you know, either at a glance. Do you understand what I'm trying to say now? Now, the same thing we have here, we have that this data is an adventure work data prepared by so, and all of that. So this is explanatory to humans. But this is not friendly to the Power BI desktop. It is not friendly to the machine. The machine doesn't need all of this text. It doesn't need all of this text that we have here, right? The machine doesn't need these colors that, you know, that is readable to human, that makes it readable to human. Likewise, the Power BI machine or the Power BI desktop does not need this particular column that we have here, right? Because from Power BI, we can calculate the grand total. Not so. The Power BI desktop or the Power BI machine does not also need this kind of arrangement where you have it in rows. The question is, what if we have this data for multiple years, 2016, 2017, 2018, up to 2050 or 2050, right? It becomes so long. Probably I will have to start doing it column by column by column by column by column and all of that. Now, in this same particular data, we have subtotals, as you can see. Subtotals, we don't need all of that here in Power BI. Subtotal accessories, subtotal bytes, and subtotal clothing, which is the last one. So I'll just teach us how to clean this data. Like I said, this is human readable. It is human friendly, right? It's easy to just look at this data in Excel and say, okay, this is a data I can work with. But the question is, can Power BI work with this particular data? The answer is no. So what do we have to do? We have to clean this data. So I'll go back to Power BI now, just to illustrate to you how to clean data. Remember what we said, Power Query helps us to clean data. So the Power Query is the kitchen. Now let's look at some of the tools we have in this particular kitchen. If I go to the transform pane, as you can see here, this transform, I can transpose, right? I can reverse rows. I can count rows. I can rename. I can detect the data type. Data type, what are data types? Example of data types. We have numeric data types, right? We have data types that are in form of text. We have data types that are alphanumeric. We have data types that are date time. So let me just click on data types so you can see the list of data types that we have. Let me go to... Okay, we'll come back to that. But the first thing, let's clean this data first. But for me to be able to look at the data type, once I click on a column, like I want to find out what is the data type of this particular column, right? What I have to do is to highlight or click on that particular column, and I come to the data type. This is data type, right? Now, the column 1 is of data type what? As you can see on the screen, data type what? Text. But what if I want to change the data type of that particular column? I will just click on that particular icon, and it gives me the different data types we have in Power BI. Decimal number, fixed decimal number, whole number, and then what have you, different data types. So if I have this particular column, let me show you. If I have this particular column, as you can see, column 8, right? Column 8 is of data type what? Is of data type what? What can you see here? Data type what? Eh? Up now. Any here, not so, right? But we can change the data type. Is that not what we are saying here? That is the meaning of Power Query. Power Query helps us to transform the data, right? So that we are able to work with that particular data. So let us clean this data right away. As we are doing it, you learn some cool stuff from this particular data. Now, once you load Power Query for the first time, right, Power BI would help you to do some steps, help you to apply some steps, but we don't need that. We are beginners. We have to cancel all these steps. So what you see are the applied steps. So if I make any change to this data, I can come here and look at the step that I have made, right? And I can time travel. I can remove this step, go back to this other step, do that step again, time travel again, come back to that particular point that I am in. So let me cancel out all those steps. I want to remove this, as you can see. Remove this. Power BI is a very good boy, helping you already. Remove this, and I can leave this. So the first thing I want to do now is to remove this test, right? Power BI does not recognize this test. Adventure works, budget data, prepared by blah, blah, blah. Adventure works, and then we have null value. So the first thing I want to do, I want to remove the first 3 rows. Remember we said rows are the horizontal components. Also, columns are vertical. So rows, I want to remove the first 3 rows, right? So I want to remove the first 3 rows. I look at the kitchen of Power BI, what we have here, and I look for remove rows. Let's look for it now. If you see it, you let me know. Okay, thank you. So it's on the reduce rows, right? So once you click on reduce rows, you see remove rows. Remember, I want to remove the first 3 rows. So I click on remove rows, and I say remove top rows, right? And the number of rows I want to remove, the first 3, right? So once I click on 3, and I click OK, gone, right? So now we don't have the first 3 rows. Like I said, I can time travel. I can decide to go back, and I have the first 3 rows here, right? So you can see all of your applied steps on this particular pane. Is that clear? So once I go back again to the step that was applied, remove top rows. Now, if I want to rename this particular table that I have, I will come here. As you can see, this property is name. I will just remove this table 1 and call it the budget table. So I can say budget. And then it renames this particular table as budget. Before it was budget 1, right? Budget 1 into bracket, sorry, table 1 into bracket, budget. Now the next thing I want to do now is I want to make this first rows as headers. I don't like this column 1, column 2, column 3, column 4, up to column 8, right? These are the headers, category, accessories, bikes, and what have you. Column 2, subcategory, right? Bike racks, bike stands. Column 3 should be product name, and so on and so forth. So I want to make first rows as headers. I still go to the kitchen of Power BI again, and I look for first rows as headers. Have you seen it? Yeah, right? So when I click use first rows and headers, first rows as headers, and that's the magic. Category, subcategory, product name, product key, and on and on and on and on and on like that. Right? So we can go back again, like I said, we can time travel, we can go back to the steps. Go back to steps, look at the applied steps again. So if someone is looking at your data for the first time, the person will be able to know what you have done by looking at the applied steps. Any question? Shall we? Okay, the next thing I want to do now, I want to remove these subtotals. I want to remove the subtotals. Remember I said Power BI, Power Query works like Excel, right? We can do all of these calculations in Excel. We can do all of these calculations in Power BI. The reason why we are removing all of this is for the sake of redundancy. Do you understand what I'm trying to say? We want to remove all of this because of it. But I have a column here that says grand total. Can you see this? But I want to remove this column. How do I remove this column? I highlight the column, right? And I look for remove column, right? So I will have to look for the remove column here. Somewhere around here. Have you seen it? Manage columns, Abi? Good. So you have remove columns. So once I click on remove columns, I'll see two options. Remove columns, that's the particular column I'm on, or I can decide to remove other columns. But I want to remove this particular column, and once I click on remove columns, that is done. Is it clear now? So Power Query is all about transforming your data. Like I said before, you can time travel, go back to the previous steps, go back to 2 steps that you've done, and then come back to the most recent step. So all that we've been doing is just to clean this particular data. Like I said, it's a messy data, and all we have to do is just to clean it. Now, the next thing I want to do is to remove these subtotals. I want to remove this rule. And you can see there are no values somewhere around there. So what I have to do is, for me to remove the subtotals, which is on this column, I will click on this particular column, right? You notice there's a small arrow there. I click on it and I'll see text filters. Now, why is it text filters? It is text filters because this particular data is of type text. Do you understand? Text filters is because this particular data is of type text. Now, what if it's not a text data type? Let's look for a numeric data type and illustrate that to you. So I just look for a numeric data type. Okay, I got this. So once I click on this arrow, you will see number filters. Do you understand? Good. So there are a lot of options. Once you click on number filters, you can do equals to, not equals to, greater than, blah, blah, blah. So what I want to remove is the subtotal. So I go back to the category now. I click on this icon here. I click on text filters. I look for does not contain. Does not contain. Now you have to be very careful here. Why do I say you have to be very careful? You have to look at the totals. Yeah, you can see it starts with capital T, right? So what I want to do is to remove, enter the value. I want to remove total. So I put TOTAL and I click on OK. Beautiful. That is done. Not so. So we don't have the subtotals there anymore. Can you see? So I look at the data again. I say, okay, there is still one more thing I can do. And what is that? Remember I said Power BI doesn't like this kind of arrangement. Dealing with columns, 2016, 2017, 2018, up to 2050. Start reading the columns one after the other. No, that is not good practice. Now, how do we resolve these other columns? How do we resolve these other columns? Now, what I'll have to do here is to say, Power BI, I want you to turn these columns to rows. So I'll select all these columns, all these data value columns. As you can see, the very first one I have is January 2016, and I have selected up to the last one, 2016, right? So I want to turn these columns to rows. Now I'll look for this particular tool they call on pivot. What did I say? On pivot. Good. You on pivot column. So let's look for it here. Help me when you see it. Have you seen it? You've not seen it. Under where? Transform. Okay. Where is it? Beside where? This one. Where's the right hand?
Any column.
Yeah.
No. Any column. Any column.
Are we seeing it differently? Where is it?
Your own. It's not written, but there's a symbol.
This one?
Yes. First row, the third row. Yes. The second row.
The second row.
Column.
This one?
No, any column.
Where is any column here?
The icon. No,
somebody come and show me. I'm not seeing it. Oh, yeah, show me. Okay, beautiful. That is it, Abi. Okay. That is not it, though. So this is it, Abi. Good. So once you click on pivot, once you click on pivot columns, you also have another option on pivot other columns. On pivot only selected columns. But when I click on pivot column for the columns I've selected already, it turns it to rows. Can you see this? This is beautiful now. This is clean data. Can you see this? Can you see this? So I can rename this. Like I said, if you want to rename, it's just to double tap, right? And say this is month. And I can say this is budget amount. So that is what we have now. So we've successfully cleaned this particular data. But there is something else that we also need to be aware of, right? And when we're talking about Power BI desktop, we have to keep in mind two important tools. Very, very important. Two important tools. And that is the Power Query that helps us to transform our data. Power Query, very, very important. Power Query, very, very important. And the other one is the model. The model, where you do your relationships and you do your what? DAX. We're not going to discuss DAX now. This is a beginner's class. So I'm just going to highlight what data modeling is in Power BI. So let's go back to our Power presentation. And the next one is relationships in Microsoft Power BI. So when you meet to see Power BI for the first time, most people will think we're just all about visualizations, just dragging the stacked column chart, creating pie chart, creating bar chart, and what have you. It's not all about visualizations. If you don't get your model right, if you don't get your model right, if you don't transform your data in Power Query, it's as good as you doing rubbish. Do you understand what I'm trying to say now? So we are looking at relationships in Microsoft Power BI. Now, there's a top secret in modeling data. Anytime you're doing Power BI, you should know that it's all about building strong and robust models. Your attention should be focused on modeling, not reports. It's easy to do reports. It's easy for me to bring a data from my Power BI, drag a visual, and then automatically I have a report. But attention should be given to modeling in Power BI. Now, what do I refer to modeling in Power BI? Let's go back to our Power BI desktop. Remember we said there are three views. The first is your report view. We mentioned that this is your report view, right? This is your model, this is your data view, and then this is your model view. So I'll click on the model view now. Wait for it. Okay. Try to reduce this. So what Power BI does for you the first time is to automatically detect relationships. As you can see, if you hover on this, you will see that this is a relationship. You can't see the color now, it's color yellow. This is another relationship. This is another relationship. We have three relationships automatically detected. But what I'll do now is to delete this relationship. So I have to delete this. Are you sure you want to delete? Yes. Delete this other one. Delete. So for me, this is messy. This particular one is messy, and I'll tell you why it's messy. Good. So these are the different tables we have in the Power BI model. So what I have to do now, what I want to do now, is to do a proper model. I want to do a proper model. And what do I refer to a proper model? Let's go back to our PowerPoint presentation and see what I'm referring to. So every Power BI model has two types. Two types. Now the first type are data tables. The first type are data tables, while the second type are lookup tables. Data tables and lookup tables. Data tables contain transaction data and may have many rows. While your lookup tables, they answer the questions who, what, where, when, and how. Right? So what we are going to do now is that one is connected to the other. Which one is connected to the other? The lookup tables are connected to the data tables because the data tables have many rows. Data table can have million rows because it contains transactional data. Is that clear? Yes. So that's for data table. So let me just show you how to go about that. Let's go back to Power BI and look at the data tables that we have in Power BI. So I go back to modeling now, and I look at the data tables I have. I have two data tables. I have the sales table, right? And then I have the budget table. Okay, let me load the budget table now. Give me a moment, let me load this. Okay, so after cleaning this data, what we now have to do is to close and apply so we can see it in Power BI. So I'll close and apply now, and I'll be able to view this data in Power BI. So like I said, automatically detect relationship. So I'll go back to my relationship table again. That's the model, and I look at the two data tables I have. I have two data tables here. I have the sales table, this one, the first data table I have, and the second one is the budget table. So I take the budget table next to the sales table. Now these are the two data tables that we have, and the others are lookup tables. And I will explain that after taking all of this now. So the first one I have is the customer table. This is the customer table. I want to pick the products table. The next is the product table. Next to the customer table. Then after that, I want the territory table to stay close to the product table. And then lastly, I have the calendar table. So I have my two data tables. Like I said, these are my two data tables. That's the sales table and the budget table. Let me drag this one a bit down. Good. So these are what we call lookup tables. These are lookup tables, right? Are we together?
Yes.
And then these are my data tables. Now, why do we say these are lookup tables? Now, if you look at the arrow, this relationship here, right? This is a one. You can see one there. This is one to many relationship. So I have this arrow saying Now, if yours is not like this, if the arrow is not going down like this, then it means that the relationship is not correct. But what I want to do is to delete this relationship. Thank you very much, Power BI, but I don't need this. I have deleted this particular relationship. So what I have here is the lookup tables arranged this way and your data tables arranged this way. Remember I said your model, your Power BI should be all about building a very good model. The thing is, once you can understand your model, right, it's very easy for you to build reports. Very easy for you to build your reports. Once you have a good BI model, it's easy for you to build your reports. So like I said, the lookup tables answer some basic questions, right? And let's go back to those questions. The lookup tables answer some questions. Lookup table answer the questions who, what, where, when, and how. And if you look at Power BI model, it answers the question who. Who is the customer, right? If you look at the next lookup table, it's product. What was bought, right? That's answering the question what. The next one is the territory table, answering the question where. Where did you get this particular product? And then the last table is answering the question when. When did you buy this product? Did you buy it last month? Did you get the product this month? Was it last year? And all of that. So once you can arrange your tables this way in your model, right, it's very easy for you to construct your report. So what I have to do is to automatically detect relationship. Is there a relationship between the sales table and the customer table? Is there a relationship between the sales table and the product table? I will find out. Now, how will I find out? I will have to look at my lookup table first. I go to my lookup table, or I can go to my sales table. Yeah. So what I will just do is to enlarge this table for you to see now. Now you notice that there is customer key here, right? And from the lookup table, we have a customer table. Not so. The question is, do we have a customer key in the customer table? If the answer is yes, we'll just simply drag and drop. Power BI is simply drag and drop. So what I'll do now is to look for, I will go to the customers table, and I'll see if I have a customer key. So I go to the customers table. Can you see the customers table? So is there a customer key here? Where is it? Have you seen it? Good. So what I would just have to do is to drag and drop. Right? So this is the customer key. Okay, drag and drop. Can you see this?
So the class will be done by 2 o'clock. When you go up, you know that exit for Power BI experts, advanced, enter there, you're going to see, you go outside, you see where there are foods. So you don't pick your food. Now, when you're eating, people can do their CV reviews downstairs. Downstairs, yeah, you see your HR expert for your CV reviews. So while you're eating, people can be doing what? CV reviews, something like that. But don't eat inside the hall, please. Go out there to eat. It's a very big hall space. Thank you very much.
All right, so I have done one particular relationship. I can see there is a link from the customers table to sales transaction table, not to. So I will keep doing it for anywhere I find similar relationships. Like I can see there's an order date here, right? I can go to my dates table. All I have to do is to drag this to my dates table. Okay. So order dates to dates, right? And automatically creates a relationship, as you can see, from the calendar table to the sales table. So I keep doing that for anywhere I find a relationship. So I have product key. I'll go to the product table, not to, right? And I'll drag and drop product key, right? Automatically creates a relationship. As you can see, the arrow is always coming down to the data table, right? the arrow would always come down to the data table because the data table is larger than the lookup table. You can have one customer buy multiple products. One customer can buy 10,000 products, right? So the data table is usually larger than the lookup table. So what we have here are the lookup tables, and what we have down are the data table. So I keep doing this just to build relationship. Like I said, this is a beginner's class. I'm not expecting everybody to get it all at once, right? But I just want you to follow me. This is a technical session, so you can understand all of these things we're doing. So I'll go to territory now to see if there's a relationship. There's a sales territory key here. Can I find that on the sales table? I'll go back to my sales table and look for sales territory key. Do we have something like that? Yes, right? Oh, you can't see it. Are you seeing the sales territory key? Good. So I'll just go back to my sales table. Sales territory key. So that's what I have. So I want to go to the budget table now. We've not touched that other table in a while. So let's look at what do we have? We have months. We can connect months to dates on the calendar table, right? So I go to month and I match that with dates on the calendar table. Yes, well, I can connect it to date. I'll tell you why, right? When we are doing visualization, why I did that. Do you understand? I'll tell you why I connected it to the date table. Then there is the product key too on the budget table. I will go to products and I'll look for it somewhere here too. Okay, so let's stop here, right? Let's stop here. So what we've just successfully done is to create relationships. What we've done is to create relationships. Like I said, if you don't like the name of your table, you can do that here. You can change the name of your table here. You can just double click and you can change the name of that particular table here. But I don't want to change it. But I'm just showing you how you can do all of that. Yeah. So what I will now do is to go back to, I will go back to my report. I'll go back to my report view. We've talked about the data transformation on the data transformation view, right? We discussed these parts, which is clean data, Power Query. We just discussed modeling the data, and this is where you do your report. This is your report canvas. This section you have here is called your report canvas. That is where you build your report. Now, this report have pages. So this is page 1. If I want to rename so this is page 1. Oh. So this is page 1. If I want to rename this to say a sales report, I can just double click on these two and I can name this as sales reports, right? So we can do all of these things just to give the reports meaning, because this is where you build your reports. And like I said, when you think of Power BI, you think of two basic things. The Power BI desktop where you build. This is where we build reports. And what do we need to build some of these reports? You have visualizations, visual, right? This is a line chart. This is, okay. This is a stack bar chart. This is a line chart. These are different types of visualization. You have the pie chart. You have options to get more visuals if you want from the internet. You can even add custom visuals, right? All these are your visualizations. Do you understand? So when you are saying something like line, it's a visual in Power BI. So we have all these as visuals in Power BI. And then we can format some of those visuals, right? This is format some of those visuals. If you don't like the shape of that particular visual, if you want to increase the size, you can do all of that. It's like working with Microsoft Word, right? So you can do all of that here. So this is our report canvas, and this is where we build our reports. Now, after building this report, we now take this report and publish it to powerbi.com. Remember I said there are two types, the Power BI desktop and then the Power BI service or powerbi.com. If you take your phone and press powerbi.com, you see you have a page that loads the Power BI service. Is that clear? Good. So let me just quickly go over some of these visuals that we have here. As you can see, this is where you have your visualizations. These are the fields that we have. These are tables. The budget table that we have claimed. We have the calendar table, custom table, product table, sales table, and the territory. So this is the easiest part of this Power BI session. This is the easiest part because you have done your data models, you have cleaned your data. All you just need to do is to represent the data in this canvas, this report canvas. That's a blank canvas, so that is where we present our report. So I have some things there. I'll just have to take them out and show you. Good. So as you can see, it says view visuals with your data. Select or drag fields from the fields page onto the report canvas. So we can just drag any one of them. Okay, I can look for a card visual. This is a card visual. I can just either click on the visual and it will be represented on the report page, or I can drag and drop. It's not working here. Good. So once you just click on it, you can just click on delete on your system, and that deletes that particular visual. So you can just click on the card visual, and the card visual is represented. But the question is, there is nothing to see here, right?
Yes.
Right?
Yes.
I remember we said Power BI is like a machine that needs a fuel. And that fuel is what? That fuel is what? Good. So we have to clean data. Data must be represented here for us to see something. Not so. So we have to put in data there for us to be able to see something. And now where do we put in data? Now look at this other side. Right? This is your visualization. Beneath it, you have these fields, you have formatting, and you have analytics. Right? So this is where you put your data. So I will just drag and drop. I'll drag and drop. So if I want to see the sales amount, all I have to do is just go to sales, drag the sales, and drop it there. So let me just show you how to quickly do that. I mean, this is the part most of you have been waiting for. It's not just about the report, but you have to do your model and clean your data. So I'll just go to sales data now. I'll go to sales. And I see I have different columns. These are columns. I have different columns under sales. Right? So I'm looking for sales amount. Right? This is sales amount. Now you notice there's a summation sign in front of it. How many of us are math students here? Well, we've done math before now. Right? Good. So the sign in front of it is an implicit measure. We are not going deep. Right? It's an implicit measure. We can create measures from here by just clicking this. We can create a measure. We can create a quick measure. Let me just show you what we are referring to in measure. So I can just come here, click on quick measure, right? And I look at the different kind of calculations I can do there. I can do average per category. I can do variance per category. I can do simple addition, subtraction, multiplication, right? Addition, subtraction, and all of that. So you can quickly do a measure here. And then all you just need to do is to select data from here, right? Select data from here and apply what you want to do, right? The calculation you want to do. So that's that. So, but what you have in front of this sign, we didn't create this. So, do you understand? We didn't create this measure. This is by default. And that is what we call an implicit measure, right? So anytime there's a summation sign in front of it, it's called an implicit measure. It's a measure that was created. Do you understand? But when we now create new measure, we create a new measure. I click on create new measure. That's like writing that. We're not going to that. We're not writing that. Right? We have to do some formula and all of that. Let me just illustrate it to you to see. So I click on new measure. So I click on new measure. So you can see I can do some of my calculation here, right? So I can say sales amount. Sales amount. Let's say I want to sum, right? Let's say I want to sum. Now, once I click on keywords, right? Power BI recognizes some keywords. If I click on sum, right? Let's say sum. I click on sum and I put a bracket. So I want to sum. And you see, record gives you options. Okay, what do you want to sum? Then once you scroll down, you see different things you can do. Okay, is it telling you, do you want to go to the calendar table, right, and work with the column in the date key? Or let's go to sales now and see what we are talking about. So let me go to sales. So do I want to sum? It's saying sum, sales table, customer key, column. Sum, sales table, column, order dates. Do you understand? Sum, sales, product key. But I'm looking for sales amount, so I'll just go straight to sales amount. Where is it? I'm not seeing this thing. So this is sales amount, Abi? Good. So this is sales amount. So this is my new measure. The new measure is called sales amount, right? That is the name of the measure, sales amount. Now, performing an operation, say sum. Sum this table, sales table, right? But the column I want to sum is sales amount. So the one you have in that square bracket is the column, right? Why the one you have in this other bracket, this one outside, is the table. Does that make sense to you now? So this is table, this is column, and then this is the operation you're performing. So once I click on, I add the extra column, and I click enter. Click on enter. But I want you to note something, right? This your sales amount is a new measure. Now, where does that measure go to? Remember I said it's an explicit measure, right? Now, where does that measure go to? Now, I want you to look at this. This is sales amount. That is the name that we have given it, sales amount. That's this name. The home table is the budget table. But I don't want it to stay on the budget table because I'm dealing with sales. So what do? I just locate the sales here, the sales table, right? And I click on sales table. So you don't begin to look for it. So when I go to the sales table now, let me quickly go to the sales table. Sales table. Good. So can you see it here? Sales amount. Now it's quite different from this side. The summation side. You can see this is a new measure. So that measure is what we call an explicit measure. The measure you created is called an explicit measure. Why the measure created for you is called the implicit measure. Is that clear now? Yes. So now let's do report. What I've just taught you is small calculation, small DAT. That simply means data analysis expression. You can write that. That's there. Data analysis expression. Data analysis expression. So I go back to my report canvas now. This is my report canvas. So this is my report canvas. Remember I selected a card visual. This is the card visual. I selected. So once you click on this, it tells you which visual you're on. And that's the card visual. The card visual is highlighted. So I want to see sales amount. I want to see sales amount on that report. So what I will just have to do is to drag sales amount to where I have fields. Do you remember? Drag sales amount to where I have fields. So I say sales amount, drag, drop, drag, drop. So if I drop it here, good, I have data represented over there, right? Now the thing is you can format this visual. Remember, if you want to format, you just have to go straight to the format pane and then see all of the beautiful things you can do right here. So maybe I want to increase size. I can just search for size. can see text size. I decide to increase the size. Is it increasing? It is a bit. So what you have is sales amount is one card visual. So you can give it background color, you can give it border, and all of that. But if as I'm looking at the sales amount, there is something I am not seeing here. If I go to my data table again, you'll notice that I have sales amount. I can select the currency I want, right? Not so, but let's leave it in US dollars, right? Tax amount, I can also select. That's what I'm not seeing over there. So I can select this particular currency, US dollars, right? I can turn this to 0 decimal point, right? So I go back to my report now. Okay. So what I'll do is select this again and select this. Beautiful, right? So I can turn this to. So can you see what I've done now? So I have, sales amount. I have a card visual for sales amount. That this is telling me the total sales amount, sum of sales amount. If I want to see the budget amount, right? I can duplicate this visual and say copy, right? Copy visual. I want to see the budget amount, and I can click on paste. I can drag this out. Okay, let's give this border so this particular sales amount will look like a real card visual. So I can see border now. Border, you can see border is off here, so I can turn it on. Right? So once that is on, you see that this particular sales amount has the border, right? So I can do the same thing for this one. Come to format, select border. Like I said, you can do background color, text color, and all of that. So turn on border. So I have, what I want to say is budget amount. So what do? I click on this particular guy, right? I don't want to see sales amount. I want to see budget amount. So what I have to do is I'll go to my fields, right? And I'll expand, I'll close that, I'll collapse that for sales amount, and I'll look for budget, right? This is budget amount, not so. So what I just do is drag and drop. So the same thing I did for sales amount, I can also do for budget amount. I want to see this in dollars, and I want to see this in. I don't want to see decimal point. So this is. Let me collapse this guy. So I have two card visuals now, sales amount, and I have budget amount. Now we are not doing a full report. I'm just showing you how it works in Power BI. So maybe when you get home, I'll share you a file that you can go through to help you build a very good report. What if I want to add image in my report? What if I want to add image in my report? What will I do? I'll go to insert, right? I'll go to insert and I'll look for image, which is image. And I can add this particular image, locate any image I have on my machine, and then I can add this image somewhere around here. I can resize it if I want. Then I can drag my card visual here. If you have questions, you can ask me. If you have questions. Do you understand what I'm doing at all? Is it clear? I'm really good at designing. That's what we do here. It's like graphic design, make it look fine. Right? So I can pick another visual. I can pick another visual. I can pick the waterfall chart. And I want to see so like I said, it's just click a particular visual, click that particular visual data. But if you look at this particular one now, you will notice in the fields we have category and then we have values. And you see that we have categories, we have breakdown, we have values, and we have tooltip. We have tooltip. So if I hover on this now, okay, it's not showing us. Okay, if I hover on this, and it's showing me sales amount, right? If I hover on this, it's also showing me. Okay, if I hover on this, it's showing me the amount, right? Yes. Right? Once you hover on it, and then that thing it brings out is what we call tooltip, and we can design that particular tooltip. So what I want to show you is this waterfall chart. I want to see how sales amount is doing by country. What that means is we can slice and dice using our calendar. We can slice and dice using our date key, right? So you want to see how sales is doing in a particular country. Do you understand? Or in the countries that those products were sold. So I'll go back to sales amounts now. Where is sales amount? Sales amount, right? So that will be my value, sales amount. And I'll look at category. I want to select by country. So I'll look at territory. Good. So can you see this now? Right? So this is sales amount by country. So I'm looking at sales amount by country. Sales amount by country. How my sales is doing by country. Let me expand this a bit. So can you see this now? And you notice there's this increase here that shows green, decrease shows red, and then the blue is what for total. So you can see the United States, how we are very United States. Sales amount United States is, like I said, this particular thing you have here that is showing once you hover on this particular country is called the tooltip, right? So you can see how United States, how we do the United States, sales amount is $9 million, $9+ million, right? So you look at Australia, how sales amount is in Australia, you can see that. So, I mean, you can represent all of this using, this is what we call the funnel visualization. So how sales amount is doing, is it increasing or decreasing? Is it increasing or decreasing? Okay, so now what we cannot see here is this, right? This green is for increase, right? This red is for decrease. So it means that we have to format this data such that where we have decrease, it will display what? Red. Have you? And then when we have increase, it displays green. But the thing is, we are not going to do that. I am going to limit you to drag and drop. This is still beginners class, right? I'll limit you. I don't want that want so much information. And it seems as if you've not learned anything in the Power BI class session for today. So we're going to leave it at this now. Yeah, so I mean, you can explore other visuals. Yeah, you can look at the line chart. can bring the line chart. Like I said, you can so the line chart, use the line chart basically to for comparison. Line chart is basically for comparisons. You want to make comparisons between two particular data sets and see how they are doing. Let's try and handle something. Let's see for budget amount and sales amount. So I'll just drag budget amount and sales amount. So I want to have sales amount, budget amount. Let's see what this gives us. So we can have sales amount here. And have budget amount. Okay, this is not good. Okay, so this is budget amount. What we call this one is the donut chart. And this is the pie chart. So this is budget amount by sales amount. And we did not filter this by any date, right? So let's say budget amount, sales amount by, let's say by country. Budget and sales amount by country. Budget and sales amount by country. You are tired?
Yes.
Sorry. I can feel it. Okay, I've action. Okay, let's take questions now. Let's go. Not too much. Ask now. Just see anything. The model view. Should I go back to the model view? Oh, yeah, now. Remember I said the purpose of relationship is to see if one table is linked to another, right? And then we can only slice and dice using tables that are related. I can only compare with related tables. If the sales table is not has no relationship with the country table, I can't slice and dice. I can't make comparisons. Do you understand? So that's the reason for relationship, to see if the customer table has a relationship with the sales table. So that's the purpose of the relationship. Do you understand? Any other question? It's past 2 already. Any other question? We are asking. A different table. Did they merge? Merge as in how? They are different tables now. There is an auto relationship Power BI will create for you once you load your data. If Power BI detects any relationship, it automatically creates that relationship for you, right? It's not merge. If Power BI detects there's a relationship between the customer table and the sales table, it shows you that relationship. It creates that relationship. Can we use Power BI for big data? Yes, can use Power BI for big data.
report or any other for some specific data?
Okay, that's a good question. That's a good question. So what you say is, what we did on pivot columns, and the reason why we did on pivot columns, what is the answer? Why we did on pivot columns? Why did we on pivot columns? No, we don't want correct answer. If you have an answer, you want to tell us. Raja, why did we on pivot columns? Is that what we said? You tried. Half mark. For large.
Yeah, for large data, you gave an example that we have many years, like from 2013 to 2050. So it's going to transform those columns into rows. Because Excel gives
Power BI. It's Power BI.
wide Power BI, transform it to machine language.
Are you a computer science student? Measure machine language. Okay. All right. Anybody has a contrary? You have something to say as regards why we're on pivot columns today? You said what? As an assignment here, I want you to, what's the difference between on pivot columns and transpose? Did you see transpose when we're in the kitchen? There was transpose there. So look for the difference between transpose and on pivot columns. Somebody was about to say something here as regards why we did the on pivot columns. Anybody from the back?
All of those edges that we found out to rules, they obviously all units. So what should we do like that? As per time goes by, data will increase in size and to keep spreading across code. Because if they're all in, we have this income, why not make them go to one just spread down one system?
Beautiful, beautiful. That's a very fine point. Beautiful. That's a very fine point. So just imagine we have 1 million columns of the same data type, right? Why not just make it single row, arrange it in a single row? Do you understand? Number one, it makes the job very easy for the machine. Number two, right? It helps you to reduce the size of your Power BI file. When you have so much column, the size will start increasing. But when you have it in rows, right, it reduces the size of Power BI. Let's not go into that. That's like going to advanced. Anybody else? Question?
Earlier, we were looking for the on-pivot function of the Power BI. Isn't there like a quick access tool we can use to just search on pivot and take us where on pivot is?
Search?
Yes.
Is there a search? Okay, let's try that. I have not tried it myself. You say we can search on pivot. Shortcut. Get here, but you have to go online, Abi? So I don't think we can do that. You have to locate it. Do you understand? Locate it, go to the kitchen, look for it, and then click it. My guy say we should stop. Okay. So one last question. How can I get data you can get data from any source. You can get data online, right? You can get data from anywhere. You have some data you have the Excel data in your machine. Just click on get data, you will see data there. You can work with virtually any kind of data. Do you understand? You can work with any data, but if you need data, you can just go to, this one I get is from AdventureWorks. You can just Google AdventureWorks and they have data there for you. Or you can go to this Nigerian statistics, Nigerian Bureau of Statistics. You can get data from there, right? Good. Nigerian Bureau of, have you? What do you say? Cargill. Look here, another person you can get data from Cargill. Do you understand? And you can get data from organization. You can just approach any organization that you need data, right? They can grant you access to some of that data, right? And then you can do a whole lot from there. I hope we've learned something in this beginner session. Have we? All right. Thank you so much, guys. See you guys.
See you guys again. Yeah. See you guys in paradise.
Thank you, thank you, thank you. Continue your class on Twitter, LinkedIn. Don't worry, we have so many things we plan for you throughout the year. We have your emails, so we're sending you so many things. But right now, please go and eat. Like it is so important, and we'll be back in the next 30 minutes. Go and eat. For those who want to do CV reviews, go and do your CV reviews. For those who, if you see a lot of crowd where you're eating, just don't do your CV review, finish up in 2-3 minutes, then go and eat. It's important. We'll be back by 2:45. The second to the last session is by 2:45, and our speakers from first rank is around. So please, by 2:45, we are back inside the hall. Please go and eat. Power Apps beginning class or beginning last class. I don't know why you like automation. Go and eat. Did the app work? Did the app work? It worked. Okay, that is the end goal. As far as the app works, if it works on Yusuf system and it doesn't work on your system, don't worry. We will do that one later, but it worked. Fine, no problem. Ayo, why did you allow gifts to be asking questions? You are not answering, you are answering the question. Oh, you have 2 seconds. Everybody, stand up and go and eat. I need you to go and eat. And one of the most important things is that don't eat inside the hall. Please, please, don't eat inside the hall. We are begging. Don't eat inside the hall. It's so important. Don't eat inside the hall. Please. Please.
Ona makambo e, ona makambo e, ona makambo e, ngai na makambo e, munu para kileba juli ba lutua, lutua, lutua munu ekloe, lutua munu ekloe, ona makambo e. Ngai na makambo e, oh na makambo e, ngai na makambo e, munu para kileba juliba. Oh, na makambo ngai na makambo songi songi bandeko ngai na makambo oh na makambo unu para kileba kyuli balutua lutua unu lutua unu oh na makambo ngai na makambo ngai na makambo unu para kileba kyuli balutua lutua unu oh na makambo ngai na makambo oh na makambo ngai na motema unu para kilemu unu balutua unu oh na makambo songi songi bandeko likambo na motema ngai na motema unu para kileba kyulilo lutua oh na makambo oh na makambo Oh na makambo e, oh na makambo e, oh na makambo e, ngai na makambo e, munu para kileba juli ba lutua, lutua, lutua unu wekwe, lutua unu wekwe, oh na makambo e. Ngai na makambo e, oh na makambo e, ngai na makambo e, munu para kileba juliba. Oh na makambo e, ngai na makambo e, songi songi bandeko e, ngai na makambo e, oh na makambo e, munu para kileba juliba lutua, lutua, lutua unu wengwe, lutua unu wengwe, oh na makambo e, ngai na makambo e. Ngai na makambo e, munu para kileba juliba lutua, lutua, lutua unu wengwe, oh na makambo e, ngai na makambo e, oh na makambo e, ngai na motema, munu para kile munu ba lutua, lutua, lutua unu wengwe. Oh na makambo e, songi songi bandeko e, likambo na motema e, ngai na motema, munu para kileba julilo lutua, oh na makambo e.
Monongelet tiwat Nasima kot iyot onina wanika mon puli mwa mutande not ukuna ben wat dutu nyimba mule mat ebukimba mabot ilena boy mona wa bongo chita amunja mit inyandolo weapon ba meset mona menwe kata midongotu bukato be no wat now mende kata wiyat na sivinje na imente no vola buku unyolangoye Il sambo we pombo wana Halloween. You can never look dead and they can be love a good man. Oningwa mama na mwana utakota te utuna moi mamele na kupunda Mobotia zami sisae mwana ndefo lolo nyuso sala ponangao mamele na bungang mamele na bungang makiana ina masuma pona bobe na Halloween makiana Indanatnde kunto sengato malia mama Mawas na uesa Namoyo balaye Wila subana upamu Oh my Imposa mo bonisi se ana Halloween Pignolo bande Angona mulato insenga malia Mukanda ho bakaka Balimba na tena subu Nimele somana tila kuna bibe munyenge Makiana Makianade. Like leggy to jam on the jam, mango fog me, damn on the fat day. Rihanna sai jo fe jam no reklo, du chagem damn on the baye. Irlanyo de forma non consul, nanyo melo. L'agno si forma non consul, fanno un chiaro, l'agno d'uno, on non jamais. Namanale. New York, yeah. In the side, some ambition, some will tell them, your farmer, you war. In the side, some will tell them, you need new bar, you must settle love. fate kila yatalon kila mayo mono fate kila defalon kila ulo kila bago ono jamwe namanale 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 manu yapye atno ni muturte dar yarufi fekki kolore oh no manadi sore uju dara dara lupi dara sabupi sabu kolere namanale namanale kolere ganyu sifo manu moko fate
uno arunge gairunge bevanu nebando ukirore mutemore musha uno akomba gairunge bevanu sebando Demore musha uno arunge gairunge bevanu nebando ukirore mutemore musha uno akomba gairunge bevanu sebando Moses akapiwa mitemo ine kuti tishandise izuvano Yesu vanhu vanorongera vamwe mitemo ine zana Moses akapiwa mitemo ine kuti tishandise izuvano Yesu vanhu vanorongera vamwe mitemo ine zana Ipapo pamonoronga Jamunoronga Vape imukana wekuronga nekulongondora Ngati pamucharongapo Chamakaronga Vape imukana wekuronga nekulongondora pamucharongapo chamunoronga vape imukana wekuronga nekurongondora ona pamunorongapo zvamakaronga vape imukana wekuronga nekurongondora Moses akapiwa mitemo ine kupitishaniza Yesu vanhu vanorongera pamwe mitemo ine sana
O Bukavu, sikia muziki kutoka Afrika. Jaja, sikia hadithi bwana, hadithi zilizosemwa na wazazi. Muziki twaimba twacheza ulitoka Afrika bwana. Hatuendi kusoma kucheza, hatuendi shuleni kuimba. Nani yule atasema si ukweli? Muziki ni wetu muziki nzuri toka Afrika, mchana na jioni twakatika. Utaukuta barabara ni nyumbani walipote. Muziki waleta raha aona, muziki uponyeshwa magonjwa. Sisi twausherea bila matatizo, joni kwetu mama. Sisi twausherea bila matatizo, joni kwetu Ala yeko asemumanda Sahau mashida ndugu wenjoni tukatike, hizo shida zote zitapita. Telema yakatobina kopangate yokandule kalaeza kubeta imbote ndule titongo na pokwa tikatosepela mana. Muziki nzuri toka Afrika, mchana na ujio twakatika. Utaukuta barabara ni nyumbani palipote mama. Muziki waleta raha aona, muziki uponyeshwa magonjwa. Sisi twausherea bila matatizo, joni kwetu mantekota. Nane kuwania kadie mbote na bino, mbote yetu. Ndule na biso, ndule yetu. Mbote na bino, mbote yetu. Ndule na biso, ndule yetu. Bashengesie, mbote na bino, mbote yetu. Ndule na biso, ndule yetu. Ninala se popa de tota, somana kande tota, de tota mata, kande tota, de tota mata, chaka. Mama Gemma Gillen, woman, little but Joma Yaramba, I'm the Billy Gay, DJ Billy Gay, the Billy Napo Anake, Mojo Senegal, Namo Senegal, Mojo Podino, Namo Senegal, Mojo Podanye, Chile, Loba, Ake Nujeri.
Neba mukoko fila badeli fara kojugu oko fila laga emine kifioma saya deli fara kelala deli fara alaga kifioma walai ala ambesaninya Inna badelila Jiriba ubinka bulu semba uwini Nebeni besa kombeta njarabiko Alifanda fa wallahi nabefa Maga juguda ni sunguru bawale Nana ni bekalembe to njarabiko Laidu Wallahi ala ambesaninya Inna badelila Maga juguda sunguru bawale Nabani bekalembe to njarabiko Alifandafa Wallahi nabefa Laidu Laidu Inna badelila Makari badelila
Ladies and gentlemen, ladies and gentlemen, welcome once again to the Global Power Platform Bootcamp 2022 Lagos, Nigeria. Let's make a seat for the afternoon session. We're about rounding up things, but we still have more value to give out to everyone. And I believe you've enjoyed the session since we started. Please beckon on people outside. Let's come inside now. We're about starting this last lap of the program. Please don't come in with any food substance, not even water. It is highly prohibited within the auditorium. Okay. All right, please can you let people outside know? Please come inside. We're starting the session now. In this last part of the bootcamp, we're going to be having two major things. Actually three. First, we'll be having message from our sponsors, so we'll get to hear from them. We're also going to have a success story session, customer success story, Many of you are wondering, where do they use these tools that we're learning? Do we have any organizations in Nigeria that actually use these tools? You get to hear from them. We are featuring 2 companies. We have many, but we are featuring 2 companies who have been a big support and of big users of these tools in Nigeria. After this, we're going to talk about community, because you've learned something. So how can you belong to a community where you can build on what you've learned during the breakout session? So we have community leader, not just in Nigeria, but in West Africa, who is going to do justice to that. The last part is very interesting. It's called networking continua. We're going to continue to network. I've met a lot of people. I still want to meet you. I'll be approaching people, snapping, connecting. It is important so that we can build network and network within and outside the bootcamp. So please, let's get others in. If you can hear this, let's wrap up the activities outside and come in right now.
Songi songi, bikumba kumba, bimema mema, bikundola kundola, bikambo bakundaki yo eko kundola. Soki okina ndako moninga, suko kina iko lia, suko kina iko senga, suko kina iko zangi, vanda, tala, tika kukumba makambo yanga. Geti ibune!
Now that you have additional funds for the expansion of your business, is it protected?
So, your business is thriving, but is it protected? I know you've got the best hands running your business, but are they protected? Think about it.
Hi, my name is Nkechi Runshiwe. I head the talent management team in the HR department of FBN Quest Merchant Bank. I first got in touch with Dee Brown in 2017. When I joined, they were already running the graduate training academy here at FBN Quest. So at the point, it was more of a partnership model. But this year in 2018, I was running the program from start to finish, and I had to sort of run all of the ideas and concepts for the Graduate Training Academy with the D Brown team specifically, led by David. And my experience with them has been mind-blowing. They stretched my ideas and built on the concepts that we wanted delivered for the academy. They supported us with technology, just making sure that the learning could go on even after hours with the office training hub. The GTs had 24/7 support. They partnered with us in sort of driving, initiatives and consolidating some of the learnings from the classroom, real life. So when we did Microsoft PowerPoint, we actually had presentation topics where the GTs learned about interpretation of financial statements. They had real life scenarios to present this. Training and learning was all day round. They had clickers where they could test and quiz, and I got that information on a daily basis. I had a dashboard that gave me at every point in time a bird's eye view of everything that was going on with the academy as far as a graduate trainee, so I could already identify people who were doing well in certain things, what we needed to adapt and adjust. And I think that's the overall objective of having a learning partner, someone who takes what it is you want to achieve and amplifies it, provides the opportunity for you to do your day-to-day job and still get a view of exactly what's going on in the academic classroom. And I mean, without a shadow of doubt, I would definitely recommend the D Brown team for anyone who's interested in an academy for fresh graduates, young analysts. Beyond our GT Academy, they've supported us with other initiatives as well, with financial modeling for analysts as well. They've supported us with our Microsoft Office training, which we've run, across, employees, from analysts, to fairly senior people within the team, just a refresher course. And the feedback has always been consistent around how, robust, rich, and using technology to simplify and provide opportunities for employees to continue to learn during, after, and far beyond the classroom. Thank you, D Brown, for your continued support for learning and talent development at FBN Quest Merchant Bank. Investments. A girl has to make more money, and AXA Mansard Investment gives me all of that. Anyway, I have sent my own money. You just go and make your own payment too.
Wait, what? Now, surely you said all your money is in investments.
Yup. With my AXA Mansard Money Market Fund account, I can do transactions fast and earn on the go. And if I want to invest in other portfolios, I do not have to leave my AXA Mansard platform. They offer me a one-stop shop that gives me a wide range of investment options. That's why I'm called my investment now.
Transact, earn, go with AXA Mansard Investments. Visit www.axamansard.com/investments or dial *987*2# to get started today.
Okay. Welcome back to the session. Welcome back. For those in Ilorin, in Port Harcourt, in Jos, thank you for waiting till this time. For those in Edo State, thank you. So the session that we are in now is the customer success stories. If you go on Microsoft website, or even just Google customer success story Microsoft, just Google it. You're going to see a whole lot of companies that have been able to use Power Platform to do so many things in their organization. So many things. And now, I hardly see the people in Nigeria, the companies in Nigeria. And for me, I was like, no, I want to see Nigerian companies. I want to know what they are using it to do. And this is the opportunity that I am able to get to bring in people, companies who have used Power Platform to help scale so many business processes, so many business solutions. And really, I think this will be a fantastic opportunity for you. Now, first, I'll be bringing up stage, and I want you to help me with your hands. I'll be bringing up stage Madam Yemin Adesoya. She is the head business process monitoring at First Bank Nigeria. And I'll be bringing up stage Ngozi Ola Israel. Madam Ngozi Ola Israel. She is the Chief Finance Officer and Chief Data Officer of AXA Nigeria. Those are the two big roles. Those are the two big roles. In one in the insurance company and one also in the banking sector. And one thing I tell people is that when a bank uses a software, the likelihood of all other banks using that same software is what? Is high. Majorly. When an insurance, because they try to look at each other, they spy on each other. It's a normal thing. They won't say it, but it's a normal thing. It's a normal thing. Because they want to make more money. They want to make more money. So now we're going to be doing a talk show. We'll be asking a series of questions, and I'll try to give you time to ask questions. Are we good to go? Okay, so you can tweet now and you start learning how AXA, how First Bank is using Power Platform. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. So okay, I'm going to start with you. So since you have the mic, okay, tell us about your role in AXA. Let us just know a brief about your role.
Sure. Okay, I think it's working now. Thank you very much, David. So I think very first thing is to really, really appreciate this great opportunity to be here to meet with all of you. I was saying to Yemi before I came off stage that I schooled here, so it's an honor for me to sort of be back in the main auditorium. So thank you very much for having me. So at AXA Mansard, I am the Chief Financial Officer, and I also double as the Chief Data Officer. I think I won't talk about the finance hat. I make a joke that I wear two hats. So I do finance during the day and then data by night. Anyways, so as Chief Data Officer, I'm responsible for managing the data strategy of the organization, of course, ensuring that we have the right data quality, that we're at the right maturity level. I also manage all our data platform topics, data management topics, ensuring that we also have the right foundation, the right architecture in place. So that sort of summarizes what my role is.
Okay, I can give it to, yes. But I mean, same thing, your role.
Okay. My role as head business performance monitoring, actually, in First Bank. I summarize it as supporting strategy execution through analytics, decision support, goal setting, and measurement. So the whole process. The job includes engaging people across the institution, ensuring that when we say we want to be remain #1 bank in Nigeria, we mean it. What do we mean by it? What are the metrics by which we will measure our success? And what role should each individual in the institution play in delivering on those goals? So we set those goals. We enable them with data in the course of the year to see how they are tracking on those goals. And then at the end of the year, show them how well we've achieved those goals across the institution. Thank you.
That is brilliant. That is brilliant. Okay, so we want to just delve right into Power Platform. Now, as at what point of entry did First Bank or AXA, because the question is for both of you, that you said, oh, let's use Power Platform? As at what point of entry did it start?
For First Bank, we have used Microsoft products for as long as I can remember. I joined the institution in 2011. Before then, we've been using various Microsoft products. My first recollection of a direct encounter with Power Platform products was around 2017 in a previous role before business performance monitoring, where in our internal control function, we were using Microsoft Power Pivot to consolidate a number of reports across about 500 internal control locations at the point. But even then, when my function, we were only using a small functionality. Various functions in the bank had started using Power BI for various other reports, which I later came to imbibe fully in my role as head business performance monitoring. But in business performance monitoring, as you will imagine, engaging over 10,000 employees across the bank will include collecting data, analyzing them, communicating with them, etc. So inevitably, somewhere in the course of 2000, we had 2020 rather, I said 2000, we had to look deeply into what more can we do beyond using Power BI to present analytics. How can we use Power Platform tools? We started with Power Apps, really. We started with one of the roles, which is to rate employees on specific goals in the course of the month. We used to collect that data using Microsoft Excel. And it was cumbersome, it was error prone, it was frustrating for the employees that handle this function. So we started using Power Apps. We developed a very simple app with metrics for which we want to rate people and enable supervisors to just log on using their usual First Bank details and then rate the employees. This was the first one that eased the way in which we engaged with that process. And from then on, I think since we started building apps, we must have built maybe over 30 different apps in my specific function. But across the bank, other people have taken it to even more sophisticated heights.
Wow, great. So you can see, if you know Power Pivot is actually Excel. So Power Pivot is in Excel, and also Power Query is in Excel. So if you combine them, Microsoft now made it Power BI. So that is why for those in Power BI, you also saw Power Query. You get it? So that is it. So now it's now Power BI. So to you, Ma.
Sure. What I remember is the thick of the lockdown, so the COVID lockdown. Of course, we had to work from home. People couldn't get to the office. Your normal, create a letter or something, print it out, carry it from office to office to get it signed, and all of that wasn't available. And special mention, I already told him I was going to mention his name. We have a very, very passionate person that works with us at AXA. So that's Olariwaju Oyiboke. Please, a round of applause for him. Yes, he's here. I think he spoke earlier on today. And he was the one that sort of popped up and said, okay, there's something that can make life a lot easier for all of us. And right in the middle of the COVID, yes, in the middle of the pandemic in 2020, we started holding trainings for different, across the organization actually. So he did those trainings for everyone. And that was sort of like what kick-started. And we started, so we started simply from things like Microsoft Forms, right? So even for appraisals, for things as simple as interviews where, you have to interview someone and then you write notes and they chase me, for days to write my own notes because it's so difficult. But now it's just a link. You fill in the information and at the back end, the HR team has all of that information. So that's sort of like kickstarted it. And from then on, SharePoint, workflows. In fact, right now, there are some teams within the company that if you don't use Power Automate to make certain requests, your mails will not be attended to. They would simply tell you that, sorry, you need to make that request through the workflow because you can make the request. Of course, the manager can approve on Automate, right? And then it then goes to the team that needs to, take the action. So that's how it started for us.
Wow. Wow. Now, you can see, and you follow me, I and Ola to do Twitter spaces. You always hear the way he talks. That is the Ola that drive the whole of AXA Nigeria on Power Platform. So it is not about, oh, one big person has to be there to drive it. No, an individual can make a change within the organization. And Ola, you have seen Ola now. Ola has been the one talking every time. That short man, yeah, he has been the one talking every time. He has he's actually the head of the data management team in AXA, actually. He's the head.
Indeed.
Exactly.
Indeed. I'm just a sponsor.
He's the head. So please, it shows that one individual can transform a company at the time they needed him the most. He picked it up. So if you're looking for opportunity, you have to see it and give it out. Are we getting it now? Thank you. So now I'm going to ask you this question. Can you give us the impact? Can you rate the impact of Power Platform in your organization? How do you see the impact of it in your organization? Can you rate it? Because I know that you said that if some people if they send an email, you said no, they should use Power Automate. But can you expatiate on that? The impact of Power Platform in AXA?
Indeed, to be honest, I would say that it's been transformational. Like Yemi said, we've used Microsoft for almost everything, since I joined and, since the company basically started. So we have Office 365 and all of that. But since we started using Power Automate, there's been an increased level of efficiency and collaboration within the organization. You see, for example, just what SharePoint allows you to do, right? You can all work on the same documents, right? So we're seated in the office, for example, when I'm doing my finance, when I'm wearing my finance hat, and we're reviewing slides on performance. And whilst we're discussing it, updates are being made. I can see them already on my screen, right? So it's not a matter of, okay, turn your screen, let's look at it, send it back to me, right? And then we're iterating. But it's a living document. Someone is updating slide 1, I'm on slide 6, I'm making that update, right? So it's improved the level of collaboration. A lot of things that used to take days, right, or lots of hours, now it's simple. The HR has really benefited from Power Automate, Power Apps in general. Appraisals are easier. They're simply links, workflows that are being sent. So it's really been transformational for us, to be honest.
Thank you very much. Okay, I'm going to ask Madam Yemi. What do you think will be the future of Power Platform for a whole lot of companies using First Bank as an example? Because First Bank wants to be the first bank, and you're using a whole lot of process, putting it in place, the metrics and everything. So what do you think that platform will do to make all those things possible?
Thank you. We are the first bank.
Yes,
not that
you're
we
first
want
bank,
to be.
so you don't want to be. Exactly.
We want to remain the first bank. And what she said, the singular word that encapsulates what Power Platform does is just transforms your processes. The future for any institution that has adopted this sort of tools and enablers is that your processes can never remain the same. They continue to evolve and to mature. I'll use our case as an example where a number of activities that used to take time, like you said, version control would be a nightmare if you are working on, for example, a budget for the year. But now you don't have to experience all those frustrations. You can take the processes and just keep improving them and focus on the core of what you want to take out of the process rather than the petty activities that would typically take time. So the platforms can help transform and help you focus on what you really want to take out of it. There are also various tools that in Microsoft you can piece together. In our own case, we use Teams. So if you raise a request through an app, it just pops up on your Teams, and you can on your phone approve them on your tab on any device at all. So it's a powerful tool. For an institution, what it does is also it democratizes development. In the past, we would have to wait for our CTO, ever supportive. But now, a lot of the pressure, we can take it off them. You can have citizen developers within the institution And if I think of an idea of how I can make this process smoother, more efficient, I can immediately start as a person who has a functional knowledge without having to first engage a business analyst in IT and they hire a developer and so on, etc. You are doing the development on the go. It would save you some money as well. I'm sure the CFO is interested in that. In that you already have these tools. I do not have to engage someone to build me an app, the things that people have the capabilities to do. It also empowers your workforce. In the past, where the financial accountant might feel frustrated that he's waiting to translate the business requirement to something an IT person would take off of them, they're already doing a lot of it themselves. It also makes the solutions richer because you have the functional expert also translating it to technology workflows. So there's a lot that this can do, and it's just healthy for the bottom line.
It's great. I love it. I love it. I love it. There's a question going back to you. There's a question going back to you, Madam Yemi. You said something already about citizen developers, and that was what I even had in mind. So a whole lot of people think that they need to become, let's say, Power Platform experts. So, but when you're explaining, you've said something about even your finance team doing the Power Platform, building it themselves. So now I want you to let people know and say that they don't need to have a specific like Power Platform expert, that different departments actually build their own tools themselves. So can you help me in that side of story?
It's very interesting in that even before Power Platform, I'm an accountant, I'm a chartered accountant. In the past, accountants, they would say you carry ledgers and so on and so forth. But having been given challenging roles, I started developing from using Visual Basic and then, Visual Basic in Excel, just taking the tools up a notch. The knowledge is just out there. You can go to YouTube, you can go to various support groups online and add to your functional professional knowledge the technical know-how to translate the functional requirements you have into products you can actualize on your own. So you don't need to hire a certain expert to help you do this development. In my team, in business performance monitoring, my colleagues do their developments themselves. They develop the apps themselves. And when I said that, it just matures your process in that you can be having a conversation and someone will say, this form that I have to fill and click here, why don't you default, what the user will usually select from record from somewhere else? The involvement, the enrichment of the process is faster than if you have a separation between functional knowledge and IT expertise. So what I would say is for professionals in the room, you do not need to rely on a developer. And this is what having the low code, no code product helps us to achieve. You take your functional knowledge and the IT knowledge with you, which means you're more of a rounded professional.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. So now to Madam Ngozi, the question I want to ask you is, a whole lot of people here are starting their career. Some are starting career, some are students, and some are even trying to transition. So now it's nice knowing that Madam Yemi is an accountant, and also she now has some technical knowledge and she's adding to the team. Now, what will you tell people that wants to learn Power Platform? Because everything that we've done today was about the story of Power Platform. Do you think that is one of the core things that they can learn going forward? And is it that companies really are employing people with those skill sets?
Yes, I would definitely agree with you and say that there's a lot of opportunity with learning Power Platforms. For us, for example, and I think I resonate with what Yemi had mentioned, because we also have a community, a Power Platform community within the company. Of course, Ola is supporting that, as well as Pemi. I think Pemi is also here as an attendee. And one of the things that we're doing through that community is democratizing knowledge. So sometimes speakers come, right, and give examples of, some of the automations that they've done. Towards the end of the year, we even had sort of like a competition, and we had people within the community sort of come up with 5 solutions. And I tell you that these people that came up with these solutions, they were not in technology departments, like Yemi mentioned. They were not developers. In fact, one person was a sales agent, right? She was, her core function within the organization was to sell. But she sat down and thought, wow, there's something that I normally require for my customers. And every time I need to make a request from the team that needs to give it to me, they take time and all. Why can't we do something about it? Why can't we have a workflow? Why can't we have something that's already, fills in information and then just provides the documentation that she needs to send to her customers? And I was just wowed, like, it's all about what you can imagine in your mind. So the advice I would give is that don't think about it as being technical. I'm sure you've learned a lot today. Please join the community. It's powerful. It's very powerful because once you learn something, I call the other people who work with Ola disciples, right? Because what then happens is that when other people need solutions, we don't all need to look for Ola, right? Because there's somebody else who has experienced it, who has done something within their own space, right? And you can actually just lift and apply, right? You actually don't have to build everything from scratch because sometimes the concepts are the same, right? And once you've used it in the policy processing team, for example, it will work for, another area within the organization. So please, it's definitely a very important skill. It's a skill for the new age. It's a skill for today. And it's definitely something that you can use to improve yourself. So you don't have to work in finance. I already mentioned somebody who works within the sales department, right? And was able to bring up a solution to make her own work easier. So it's for everyone, really.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Can we put our hands together? Okay, so I'll be taking two questions. Okay, one, I want a lady because two men answering, no. One guy, another a lady. A lady, one question. No person? Nobody?
Please make Yemi and I proud.
Okay, good. Okay, can you come forward? Okay, so after this, then we have a community segment. We want to just talk about community. Please remember that we have, you can come. So remember that we have the challenge that we have. You remember the challenge? Who have registered for the challenge already? Okay, we're going to post the link again. I will send you an email. So check. Okay.
Good afternoon, Madam Yemi and Madam Ngozi. It's an opportunity, real opportunity, speaking to you. Okay, I have a question, and thank God you are business leaders. I'm coming from the point, luckily you are in organizations that perhaps have adopted these tools from the scratch. You spoke about the fact that you run offices 365 in your organization. And you hear things like, thank God you're a finance person, you hear things like justification. Can you justify this solution they're about to get into? I was also having a conversation with a great guy, and I guess that's the first company in Nigeria that will hear that as the premium capacity, Power BI premium capacity. How easy, or coming from your angle, let me just rephrase my question like this. Convincing the management to buy this solution. What steps, or how do you go about trying to engage the management to see reasons? It's good. I hear stories on online, customer success stories and everything. Coming from my own sector, okay, a little background. I'm coming from the power sector. The power sector is perhaps plagued. You really will not see the value. So how easy will it be convincing management to actually go into this solution? Coming from your own perspective, what tips, tools do you think I can use about going to management and telling them, please, I've seen something good. Let us go into this. That's just my question.
Okay.
Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, everyone. I've been talking about community. I'm really new to this thing, so I don't know how to join this community and which community I believe in.
Okay, that is fine. I will personally answer that one. Okay, so we can answer the first one.
The first one is a very interesting question, and because we have a CFO here, it's going to be interesting to see whether we can convince her to part with money to buy the tools. So one, we have to keep our eyes on the benefits that we desire for the institution. So is it that you want information faster? You want to serve your customers faster? You want to support management's decision making faster? You want to do something differently? Or you want to avoid some cost? In some institutions, you spend a fair amount of money hiring external developer to build tools for you. So it's either one, you are actually improving efficiency, or you're saving cost or avoiding the cost that we will usually incur using alternative tools. If you look at the two approaches, and you will actually have the two benefits side by side. So for example, in the past, we've spent X amount of Naira hiring developers to build 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 different apps. If we were doing that internally, using these tools, this is how much we would have avoided. And this is how much cheaper we can get the tools that you're building. Because once you have those tools, there's a limitless amount of products or processes or apps that you can develop using them. So that's one. So optimizing the Naira that you're spending on those tools. The second one will be the way you will justify the external or off-the-shelf applications you will buy in the first place. We want to reach our customers. We want to improve data integrity. We want to sell more, etc. So once you combine those two together, it should be fairly easy to convince management to invest. It's an investment in these tools, and they are powerful. In our own case, we also use Office 365, one of the tools we use. So combining Power Apps with Power BI, with Power Automate, the options and the possibilities are limitless. So once you can scale the conversation about the benefits that your organization is expecting to tap from it, it should be fairly easy to justify. Thank you.
Okay. I fully agree.
How do we collect money from you?
I fully agree with Yemi. Honestly, I would say that everybody responds to value. So it's not just to come and say, oh, I attended a training over the weekend. Oh, this thing is so fanciful. If you look at it, it looks so nice. It's so quick. You know, that sounds really nice. Yeah, but you know, it will not bring the money out. So you need to think about how the value is being generated. All the points that Yemi mentioned, right? And then what's also very useful is use case. It's something we say in the company. Use case, use case, use case. What's a use case? It's an example, right? So you take one example, you take one process. Then you think about it. How do I automate this? It could be anything, just which is why it requires some thinking. Think about all the processes in your organization. Pick one, the one that you think will deliver the most value. And it could be just the way Yemi mentioned it. It will save a lot of cost. Maybe right now, 100 people are typing things, right? And you know that if you bring this solution, you can have 20 people doing the work in half the time that the 100 people were doing it. That's your goldfish. So you bring that use case, you do the automation, find a way to get it done, and you set up a meeting. Oga, please, I want to show you something. Then you do your demo. By the time you finish, you get your clap, and then, you know, they say, bring it, they sign off, and then you get what you want.
Thank you very much. So now another thing is, let's jam our hands together. Let's jam our hands together. So in response to her about use case, Microsoft have what we have, the community plan. I don't know if anybody knows the community plan. There is Power Platform community plan that give you free access to developing Power Apps, Power Automate, Power Virtual Agent, and Power BI for free. You can do that for first 3 months, and you'll be learning anything on Power Platform. You can build your use cases with that, and you can now do your demos in your company. So if you want to even learn, definitely I'll be giving you links to your for you to get the license for your community plan. That's why we call it community, because it's free. It's free. So another thing is that what I agree with them is you need to show that you can give them value. That is the real truth. You need to show that you can give your company value. How much do you spend before? How much will you spend after? Because I learned something while I was in when I was in D Brown, because I worked with D Brown before going to Microsoft. And he says there are 2 things I need you to know how to do. Is either you can increase revenue or reduce costs. If you cannot do those things, even your job is actually doing that. If your job stops doing that, you what? You leave the system. And that is why we want you to learn Power Platform. Because even as at the time of COVID, people left jobs because people started creating faster solution. And if you don't have that value, it becomes something else. So please, I hope you've enjoyed this session. Thank you very much, Madam Ngozi. Thank you very much, Madam Yemi. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. We can keep jamming our hands together. So we now know how banking system use Power Platform. We now know how the insurance system also use Power Platform. Please, both these companies, even with D Brown, they are our sponsors, our big sponsors, and they are around. So if you need to open First Bank account, please, it's just simple. It's outside there. Just go and open it for free. Just go and open it. For AXA, please, if you can ask for anybody that is in AXA about their product, please, it's fine. Kindly do that. I need to advertise them so they can sponsor us later on. Abi, it's normal now because we need to collect also their swags. It's important. But thank you very much. I hope you enjoyed this session. Okay, good. So now let's go to the last session, which is community, and that will answer your question. How do we talk about community? When we started this community, the started this community 2019, down to now, how did this community start? How were so many people, individuals in different in different states, how did they go about creating value for their community, for their own community? So we want to bring up stage one of the Microsoft MVP, even one of the earliest in Africa. We want to bring up stage Mr. Sheyi. Can we jam our hands together? Oh, I think there are even two that will present, and she's coming off stage too.
Hello. Hope you're having a nice time. If I was in church, I would just say, Hallelujah. Sorry for those that don't go to church. Community. I'll start out to tell you a story about myself. When I was in college, I was about leaving, and I noticed a scenario. That was what captured my drive. And what was the scenario? There is a particular person in our department that is very good technically. And there is something that he always do when we're asking for transferring the knowledge he has or trying to solve some technical issue. He will sit like a king, and he wants you to do everything to persuade him to help you. Now, that trend, when I left school, I went to service, I saw the same trend all over the country. That I served in Bayelsa. I was privileged to work in a firm, a research firm that took me almost around Nigeria. And I saw that people that have knowledge doesn't have the capability to share this knowledge. And that was a concern for me personally, and was a drive that how can we create an environment where I know how to move my microphone, I can have people coming around, I'll teach them. And once I teach you, you go to the next person, you share the same knowledge. Knowledge transfer. And that is what I felt when I left school and I was opportune to go into IT. I had this decision that I want to be able to what? To spread this information across anybody, to anybody, with anybody that seems fit that wants to hear. The community generally, what does it mean? It means we all coming together to look at a subject and trying to use that knowledge to improve our own environment. Is my slide ready? Okay. My name is Sheyi Oluwawumiju. I'm one of the Microsoft MVP, and I happen to be a certified trainer. and I have few years experience from I started way back. I told you what I did. You know, I have to go and do an apprentice. I naturally read electrical electronics. I was in engineering field, and I had this passion for computing. And I have to go and do apprentice. You know what an apprentice do? To get knowledge. Ogasa. You know that, sorry, I'm speaking vernacular. I have to do all those things in order to get that knowledge. And afterward, I said, never in my lifetime will I have to hoard knowledge for other people to have, to get. And that's brought me into what I'm doing now. And community generally brings you a light into how to share what you have. So the agenda generally is to look at community in different angle with different highs of understanding. So let's go to the next slide. Okay, so this is what the community I want to talk to you. I want to preach to you about. What is a community? What, where, and how? That's the question we need to ask. Then finally, we're going to look at community in Nigeria. That's why I'm going to bring someone that has started a move with the women. They call it Textiler. Jumoke will come up and share our experience with us. Now, I was privileged to it's an online event for women. I wasn't one, but I sneaked in one of this day. And I noticed something they are doing that is not even part of my vision when it comes to Nigerian community. They spread their wing to the extent that they have lecturers in United Kingdom, one of the universities in the United Kingdom, that come freely to teach women on how to use technology, how to collaborate, how to communicate. And that day they were talking of communication, the skill you have. This is something you pay to go to Harvard to learn. And those lecturers and those professors are giving it for free. And she's going to share her experience, how they started the women movement. Then finally, we're going to talk about why we are here, which is the power platform, their story, how the community started. And finally, I will and testify of some people that started in this community and their way up there, so that you can also look at them as a mentor to be able to work, to drive your own goal to wherever you want to get, or the height you want to get to. Now, let's look at community. Slides not moving. Okay. I see community as a face everybody can join. You can see here, irrespective of your age, you can be there. Irrespective of your color, you can be there. Irrespective of your acts. All that is important is you are valuable. And everyone that is valuable can contribute. In a team bonding, in a team generally, it's not everybody that is strong. If I do I dissect the attendees here, not all of you are as tall and slim like myself. And when it comes to lifting everything, you know some people are bigger, stronger, but that does not mean that we cannot collaborate together. So when we talk of community, we are talking of bringing people together. A place where I can just throw myself, like I throw myself to the audience and everybody's ready to grab me, where people can share those information with me, where people can look at my career progress and can say, this is what you need to do. This is what you need to do concerning this technology. Like we're talking of power platform, a community that someone will join and try took it. They had they have numbers of coconuts, and they broke it. And they said, how can we take the fruit or something from the coconut? Alpha, surely help me, but because there is a relationship. There's something that has bound us together, our common goal that we want to achieve. So it makes you to help one another. It makes you to see that there's a way you can bring the best out of the other person. And that is what we need to know about community. And why do I need a community? Just like the women, if you have been to parties, especially in Lagos, and you see the women dancing, they don't care. So she felt anymore, she joke because I want to be myself. And that is why we need a community. And I bring my knowledge, and we all combine this knowledge, and we make a better Nigeria. Last year, I was on the northern side of Nigeria, and I see passion of technology. Here, Lagos, Awani now. You came here, you have a nice food. When I was in the north, the crowd was almost 2 times this. And you see guys bringing their phone to learn. They don't have a computer system. They are there, they stay to the end. And most of them, they want to go home. We said, we have finished the summit. Can you go? We said, no. Please, they even came to our hotel where we are staying. Some of them had to have one-on-one. That shows that we have imparted across Nigeria. And people are set to make change. Why do I need a community? You need a community because you need the next person. Tell the next person, I need you. Oh, you're not saying it. Sorry, I'm not in church. Tell the next person, I need you. We all need one another. You are not an island on your own. You need somebody to lean on when it comes to IT. Now, let me shock you. Nobody is an expert in IT. Let me give you one thing. One illustration. Do you know technology change per time? Now, the worst time in our own career, especially in the IT scenario, is the cloud technology. They change things as if they are changing shoe. Today, the portal is in portal.microsoft.com. Tomorrow is at portal.aka.microsoft.com. Next tomorrow, there's a change. You know why? Technology is evolving. And that means that what I know now, that I'm championing in my company, that I'm the best in Power Platform, by tomorrow, this person that is just coming just went online and saw what they are doing there and captured that knowledge. Do you know, if I'm not collaborating with him or with her, how do I get the best out of it? So we are saying now that we need community because we need to have ourselves and share with ourselves. Now, how do I get the slide is okay, sorry. Okay, how to become? Just join one of them. We don't need special skill. Now, look at what David and his team did here. I give kudos to them. They had what we call beginner class, advanced class. Do you know what it means? At whatever level you want to get into IT, the community can give you that privilege. David Brown was doing was giving out something today, and he gave out $1,000 training for where is Success? I can't forget that name. You know why I can't forget him? That's the spirit of community. He wrote Success even on his t-shirts, and it was the success of that particular test. Now, the truth is that when you have this kind of community, you don't need a special invitation. Everybody can join a community. And funny enough, you can even start your own community from your own office. Now, there's something they do. I learned from somebody that I look up to. He said when he was living in UK, there's something they do after close of work. They come together in that department. Okay, let's share knowledge. I know the way I get my information is different from the way you get your information. Let's talk about this product. For example, Power Automate. What is Power Automate? Everybody will stand up. It's like a reading club. They keep on reading, exchanging information until they were the best in their time. And you can adopt the same system by just joining and becoming one member. Wow. Community in Nigeria. This is way back when we have AI Bootcamp here. The same Unilag, and Unilag has been has been an institution that have helped the community, at least in Nigeria, in Lagos. And we started with what we call MCTNAIJA-TECHUSERGROUP. Now, MCTNAIJA-TECHUSERGROUP, you know why it's MCT? MCT is Microsoft Certified Trainers. We, at that time, most of us were certified trainers. Jumoke was one, Kazim was one. And we said, we have a common place here. Let us now, as trainers, let's share this knowledge. You know, for us, our trade is to train and collect money. You know, that's our trade. But now, let's leave the money aspect. Let's build a community where we bring people that can also change the life of people. And when we started then, several people started joining. And today, we're having something we're doing here. We have something we're doing in Jos. We're saying the same thing we're doing in Edo State. We're the same thing we're doing in Osun State. We're the same thing at the same time, even in Oyo State. And that is not, that's just a list of the number of community that we're going to get in Nigeria. Then afterward, there are other communities that have sprung up. One is the security group. Now, we notice that one of the aspects of IT is security. And this particular set of people have been existing since the inception of MCTNAIJA-TECHUSERGROUP. You can see their link. You can join them. Afterward, we have the SQL. That is for those people that are into the database. We also have the Power BI. And we also have Dynamics for those that want to go into finances and you want to look at the IT aspect, especially Microsoft solution on Dynamics. Then we have Nigeria Azure. Azure is a bedrock of cloud technology for an infrastructure person here. And you want to learn more, you can join the Azure user group. Then we have the M365, and that M365 is more of the SaaS provision of Microsoft solution. Then we have the Power Platform. You can recognize this man here. Can you see David there? He looks smaller there, but it's now a big man. He's the one controlling us here now. And now that is the Power Platform. Then we have other group that is running an online user group. One is Power BI Learning Community, where you have enough information. Apart from the one David said, this one also is very robust in terms of people that want to go into Power BI. It's led by Michael Olufis. He's not here today. And I think Ahmed took one of the classes. They lead those group. Then we have Azure Data and AI. Now you are into data space. You want to go into artificial intelligence. You can also join this group. Then we have Textilers. Textilers is a group for the women. And we are seeing a lot of traction now. People, I was telling Jumoke that, where is Tosin? Tosin is, she is in Dubai. Sorry, Ireland. We met her last 2 years or last year in a user group. She is now in what? And you'll be surprised. Textilers is doing a lot of things. And I'll bring Jumoke up. Jumoke, please come up. How did this community start? And what can you tell us about how women can join this community?
All right, Shay, thank you very much. So I'm just going to quickly run us through what Textiler is. First of all, I want, for every one of us that has remained here since morning, I want you to give yourself a round of applause, because, I mean, you guys have been very amazing, very patient, and not only because you're just sitting here, I'm sure you're taking all of these things in. Now, Textiler is a community of women. And it's funny that what Beth's Textiler was also an event like this 2 years ago before the pandemic. Now, I can remember calling Shay that the Global Power Platform is happening globally, and then I received the mail that I want to host the one in Nigeria. Then he told me, no, go and meet Foyi. Foyi is already doing the one for Nigeria. And I could remember then I just called out to Foyi then on LinkedIn. And then I said, Foyi, I want to do the Global Power Platform, and I was told you're doing something, but I want to do something of virtual agent. Then she said, I'm already doing something, come along. And the next thing I said, okay, can I connect with you? She said, you don't have a face. In like, each time I talk about it, we both laugh about it, because I just told myself, I said, what a rude way. She just said, because I don't have a picture on my profile, she's not going to connect with me. So I said, no problem. So because of her, I had to put a picture on LinkedIn. That was when I started. And then I came in here. I was curious. I said, I wanted to see who this lady is. So I was curious. I came in here and then I saw her, because she was the one with David Abu organizing the one for 2 years ago. And then what happened blessed was that at the time when she finished the whole thing, she started Textiler. She was the founder of Textiler. She started it, but she needed to relocate abroad. So on the day she was relocating, and when she got there, we had an event. Of course, I joined Textiler. Our relationship has grown this time. We become best of sister, gisting partners in the midnight and all of that. We become all of that. But what happened was that as she was she relocated. She just said, I can't leave Textiler in Nigeria. And then, I'm no longer in Nigeria. I need somebody to be able to do it. So, Jumoke, you're my co-founder. And it was just on the spot there. She just said, Jumoke, you have to be my co-founder. And why that happened was that we had the corporate vice president of Microsoft invited into our inspirational session, which I will tell you in a bit. And it was invited. That was Charles name is coming, the surname is coming. I mean, he was invited, and then she just said, "You have to be my co-founder because I mean, I'm not in Nigeria." And then that's how I found myself being a co-founder of Textiler, to be honest. And it's been a journey. So what is it all about? It's about a community of women. And then we call ourselves a very powerful set of women. And please bear with me. We are not such women that fly, because I said super powerful women. We are not such women that fly on stick. So when I say we are super powerful women, I don't mean any of that. I only meant we're women that are trying to bring a lot of women into tech. And how do we do this? We do this by doing what? Mentoring, technology mentoring. We have what is called our tech deep dive section every Saturday. So what is needed of your time really is the slide up. All right. So maybe you can move to the next one. So what is really needed of you is actually what is, I'm coming to this, maybe all of you, ladies in the house, guys in the house, because now Textiler has become nothing. We're going to our second year, but it's no longer for females alone. So to say, even though
you're exposing me, I sneaked in.
Yes, even though our vision is for the women, but now what we found out is that the guys are just coming in now. But they are not wearing skirts, so that's the only thing. We just find out that these are women in trousers that has come to join us. I mean, so the background why I put this here is that so for you to feel comfortable, just look at the screen for a while and just look at the women that change the tech world. So if you are there considering, who am I? How can I make a difference? These are all the women. I'm not going to run through it, but I'll just take Ada Lovelace as an example. She is the first woman that wrote the machine algorithm for computer on paper. So just take a look at all of them. Ada Govard is a computer scientist. I mean, just Google them, and then so that you can be encouraged. Next slide. So what is Textiler all about? We're founded on May 30th, 2020. It's a community, like we said, focused on supporting women and who desire growth in technology. So if you do not desire growth, Textiler is the wrong place for you. Because we have tech mentors, we call them tech mentors of different technology stacks. And what they do for you is that they are going to bring you up from the foundation, from fundamental to advanced. There is the career coaching part of it. There is soft skill that you can learn, probably maybe for communication, negotiation skills, for interview skills. So we do all of that. And then, like I said, no back, please, back. So our outcomes, we see ourselves as lady with very important superpower. We use technology skills to empower the next person with us. And then our vision, like I said, is just to bring more women into technology by mentoring them in the technology way, giving them soft skill like I have spoken about. And this is what our meetups is. Shay, please, the next slide. Our meetup day is every Saturday. We have our Textiler Tech Deep Dive. We have a lot of our mentors, our tech mentors in-house here. I mean, they've been voluntary and they're all women. Although this year we have a volunteer in a guy that is taking the artificial intelligence and machine learning track. So we have about 8 tracks. We have Power Apps and Power Automate. We have Power BI tracks. We have M365 tracks. We have security tracks, UI and UX. We have the artificial intelligence, like I said. And lastly, we have beginners class. If you don't know anything about Microsoft Office, even how to use Word. So we've started our cohorts. This is our 3rd cohort that we've started this year. We started our cohorts 2 weeks ago. So today will be day 2. And what is really required of you? Just 2 hours of your time. Just 2 hours of your time every Saturday. So we start our training from 10 to 12. So I mean, at least that's the highest you can go. 2 hours. But then there are some tech mentors that go below 2 hours. And then what do? We started with our fundamental class. So what our fundamental class will do is that it will take through the fundamental of each any of those tracks so that you can be prepared to write the fundamental exam. And then you can be positioned to be what? Job ready. That is the problem. I mean, that is what we have seen. Now, this is why we're trying to close this gap. I mean, I was talking to some people outside. I grew up not having, how will I put it? I'm not so fortunate to go through the smooth sailing, even through school. I mean, today I'm a CTO. All glory to be to God. But then I could remember writing my WAEC exam. My friends were the ones that gathered to pay my exam fee. That was how bad it was. But today I can sponsor somebody. But so it is that kind of background a lot of us came back from, that we said it's now time for us to do what? Give back to the society. And that's why we're doing this investment, which you can really make use of. So these are the founders. A lot of you, you've heard about FOI. FOI is the first Nigeria to be shown on Satya.
Down there, that's my testimony.
Okay,
Why?
I should shut up. Okay. I'm sorry. So he will come in there. I mean, to inspire you. So I want us to take it back. I want us to show the classes. So every last Saturday of the month, we have what is called our inspirational session. The inspirational session is where we bring other women in the community that have made it, I mean, just to encourage you, so that you will not feel that, oh, who has done it, to encourage you, you get it. So that's where we bring all of this. You can follow those are our social media, and you can follow us. If you still want to join the class, because we started with the fundamental, it's going to run for 4 to 6 weeks. So we are already in our 2nd week. If you still want to join, you can join, and then we have videos that can actually help you. Videos of introduction to each of the tracks so that you can be informed to know what really you want to go into. We like I said, we have the Power Platform tracks also and all of that. And there is nobody asking you for your money. All you need is your laptop and data. And then what I said in the money, your time. Invest just 2 hours of your time on Saturday to get trained, so that at the end of the day, when you come out from school, or even whether you're working right now, you're looking at changing a career path, you can be what? Job ready. We are tired of seeing graduates that are coming out that when we sit them before an interview session, all we can hear is, I am here to learn. No. Turn the story around. Tell them that you are here, this is what you are going to give them. And because of why, you have armed yourself with the necessary skills, even while you are in school, even while you were serving, you've armed yourself with those skills. So like I say, give yourself a round of applause again, because for you to remain here, even up till this time, it means that you're investing rightly into your time. So thank you very much, guys. And then over to you, Shay.
Yeah,
Yes.
I've been called to just, I've used my time is up. But before I go, Ola, can you just project my test? I wanted to talk about Power Platform community, how many we have across Nigeria, but because of time, I'll just go straight to the testimony time. Now, I have 3 people I'm going to testify this afternoon. And one of them, although she has mentioned her, but I want to re-emphasize about her. Okay, let's go to the first person. This first person is Olumide Ogudare. He's a student of Unilag. I met him some years ago in a function like this, and 2 people noticed him, his passion. He was a student, but he was really out to help the community. He was really out to learn. And the first person that saw him was Dara. Dara is currently, he was in Nigeria, is now in the UK, part of the community. I don't know how they are getting those things. Once they come to the community, they get the skill. The next thing, they're in Ireland, they're in Germany, and that we can count a number of them. Now, let's go to Ogudare, he was a developer. And because of the community structure, someone took note of him, he became the mentor, and eventually, before Ogudare left Unilag, he was I was a Microsoft most valuable professional. He was also, we sit the same seats. You know why? It shows that he has grown over the time, over the period of time we met him. Then, before I called him some months back, and he was telling me that he got internship with one of the banks, not in Nigeria, but in America. He was in Lagos, in his house. He was remotely working for. But where did this spirit come? Where did this knowledge come? Because of a community that he joined. Now, the second person I want to talk about is Paul Barnabas. Paul Barnabas was also like everybody that just come into at some of our function like this. And one person also noticed Paul. His name is Deji Folarin. He's not here today. And Deji Folarin took up this task. Paul wanted to be a Power BI person. And that's how the journey. From his establishment, he was able to have a mentor that guided him. He left his first establishment. He worked for the second establishment. He's now a CTO. He's one of the best, biggest, I will not tell you the name, of Nigeria. So if I want to go and see Paul now, I have to write, you write form. Say, I want to see you, Paul. Because he has grown because of the knowledge sharing mechanism we have in the community. The last person we'll talk about is Foyi, which Jumoke mentioned. Foyi now, she's the founder of, I remember the first time I met Foyi, I told Foyi, you are going to speak in one of our, all this, I don't know. Just joined. After she joined, she started the Power Platform, from Power App and the rest. It became Power Platform. And today, Foyi became one of, in the circle of Nigeria, the face that Microsoft is using for an advert. Go watch Ignite. This face is there. And she started from this community. Today, Foyi lives with her family in Ireland, and she's helping most people in the community. I know I was asking of Tosin. Tosin has gone to join her. And she's putting them by the collaboration that we have here, the networking that we form among ourselves. So we can see there's every need for you to join one. If you have not, please see David and join one. There is no time for question. I know if you have any question, I don't know if David can allow it. Is anybody that want to ask any question? Anybody? Anyone? Okay, I did a very bad job, because when you preach and nobody is asking you a question, that means there are two things that happen. They are all super intelligent. Or two, everything is coming here. They are just looking at you and say, just here and go. David. Thank you very much. Okay. So we are done with the event. We are done with the event. Thank you very much. But we will have one Kahoot to do, 5 questions. And we have packet of swags inside them for the first 3. So we are doing a Kahoot now. So as we close down, as I'm waiting for the Kahoot team to come on stage, let me just give the ending discussion now you get. So if you want to talk to me on David Abu _ for my LinkedIn, David Abu, anything that runs when it comes to learning Power Platform, just say hi. And you have entered the Telegram group. Good. I'm going to post the challenge. I'm going to post it there. And also I'm going to put it on the screen. The challenge will be on the screen after the event so that you can also link up with it and learn. One thing is this. Try and pick only one and know.
Power BI. Power, even take Power Automate, Power Virtual Agent. Just one. Be very good in what? One. Don't be good in everything. Be good in what? One. Ola is good in Power Automate. Tunde, good in Power Apps. Kola, Power Apps. Me, Power BI. That is how it is. But when you tell me to do some things in all other ones, I can do them. But when it comes to, let's say, the high level, they are good because they do it every day of the week. So be good in one, then understand the other parts. And because you want to work with team, ask somebody, oh, which one do you want to start learning? If it is Power BI and you are learning Power Apps, let us collaborate. Remember the community plan I spoke about? Use the community plan, build a portfolio together. That is how you get better. That is how you get better. So, oh, they are already joining. Good. So that is how you get. You are not even listening to me again. Okay. Continue. No, continue. It's fine. It's fine. So that is it. Another thing is that one of the beautiful things we are trying to build in Africa is for you to go out and say, oh, I've learned this. How can I share? If you know me on Twitter, definitely you should know the children I teach technology. Who knows those children? Yeah, they are in the auditorium now. I brought most of them in the auditorium. They are in the auditorium too. So I just wanted them to see how things happen. People in Yanokwaja, I stay in Yanokwaja, so I don't proud. I stay in Yanokwaja. I'm a Yanokwaja boy from birth, so I stay in Yanokwaja till now. I still stay in Yanokwaja, but I wanted people to see how children from Yanokwaja can work in Microsoft, because that's my own story. I started my career in Power Platform 2019. 2019. And in 2021, I'm in Microsoft. Yeah. I'm Microsoft. The Deep Brown team is where I worked. Groomed me to the point that I can stretch myself. Taught me about community. You see the Deep Brown now? You see the way he loves community. See the way. That is what I learned. I learned from him day and night. And everything that you see, I started from learning from David Brown. And it's somebody that you should follow if you're online too. Somebody that you should follow if you're online, because it does a whole lot of community stuff. So please, and I tell people that mentorship is good, but if you have people in your circle that you can learn together, is better. The real thing is that it is better for mentors to say, I want to mentor you, than you asking. Because if you are asking, you start thinking that, which value do I want to give this mentor now? I don't have a value. But if a mentor sees you and says, I want to pick you up, it's so easy. It's so easy for you to move up, because they are ready to what? Do everything for you. They are ready to do everything for you. I can't tell you how much my friends, now all the planning team, everybody, I need all of them on stage. All planning team people, I need all of you on stage, because I'm closing. I need to show them the planning team. This planning team, they are, I will not say mad, but you understand the mad in a positive way. It's because every sponsorship we got, in less than 3 weeks, we got a sponsorship. In less than 3 weeks. That's how they use midnight day to make sure that this event gets to this point. So I didn't do it on myself. No. It's not even a David show. There's a whole lot of people that made this event possible. And please, can we jam our hands to all the planning team? Abigail, Tunde, Kola, Mr. Shei, Mama Toriola, Yinka, Ola Charles, Foy, day and night. Emeka, who remember that one short bros now that used to run it as not here? Apart from Ola, all of them, I don't know why all of you are short. I don't know. Short people are blessed. Then you need their energy. They have energy. Me that I'm tall now, you see my voice, I've gone. All those people, they have energy. I don't know where they have it. God bless them with energy. Abigail, all our posts, all our email was coming from a lady who love our emails. Now, where is Latifat? See Latifat, that girl, that is her, that she's running to the back. That is one that sent all your emails. And she's a student, University of Lagos. So it's not, it's about value. It's about value. We have over 25 volunteers for this event. I love you all. I love you all. All volunteers since December will be working since December, having meetings upon meetings, strategizing for everything that happened. So thank you very much. Let's go to the first question. If you have not done it, kahoot.it, kahoot.it, and get your game pin. Let's move. Are we ready to go? Oh, the bags are here. Put the bags in front. For the first, second, third. Question, name of the keynote speaker. Wait. Why is he having two answers? There are two answers. Oh, click next. Click next. Let's see. Click next. The battery is even low. Click next. Oh, okay. Hopefully, let's see. Let's excuse them. Next question. Hopefully, we don't have two answers, please. Next question. Waiting. Waiting. Okay. Those 4, 6, 5, they are latecomers. They were not in David Brown's class. They were not there. So let's go. Let's go next. Who is Barry? Oh, okay. Let's go. Let's go. Okay, power automate. Okay, next. Barry. Which internet Barry is using? Barry just did for back. He wear red, like the chair color. Let's go to the next one. If you check your tag, the answer is Wait, so you did not see all your sponsors on your tag? You just collected tag for food. Okay. A lot of people got it there. They got it. But maybe the time was slow. Let's go. Hey. Okay. Let's go with the last question. Barry is like Man City. Immediately they get to the top, you can't collect it again. What is RAP? RPA. Why do you people pick 2? Let's start again. You would know to go. Please, let's give the winner, please. The remaining time Now we need to do networking and pictures. Let's go, podium. Tommy, second, difference. Where is Asokub? Oh, stand up, stand up, stand up. The three of you, Barry, Tommy, and Asokub. Let's go. How did Barry went from first to third?
To be the best.
Let's go. Let's go. Come to the front. Let's give you guys your gift.
To my destiny, I have waited patiently. I have vision, oh I believe. I know I can.
Stand up.
Champions for the champions. Stand up. Stand up. Stand up. For the champions. For the champions. Stand up. For the champions. For the champions. Stand up. Stand up.
Okay.
For the champions. For the champions. Stand up. Here we go, it's getting
so who is the first?
now
who is the third? Okay. Thank you very much.
That's how it is, because we have our strengths and weaknesses.
Second.
Oh, I have vision, can't you see? I'm on the move, make way for me. Stand up.
Thank you. So back to everybody.
Stand up. Stand up.
Okay. We are at the end of the program. Thank you for coming to the Global Power Platform Bootcamp 2022. We see you in Global Power Platform Bootcamp 2023. Thank you to all the organizers, to the organizers. Thank you to all of them. Thank you very much, guys. Thank you. Thank you very much, guys. Yes. Pictures time, please. Pictures time. I want to take a picture with everybody. Pictures time. Picture time.
To pick myself back up. When I fall down, I have to pick myself back up. When I fall down, I have to pick myself up. Stand up for the champions, for the champions. Stand up. For the champions, for the champions. Stand up. Stand up. For the champions.